All right. We're live on a Tuesday night. It's a late night unless you're in Vegas or on the West Coast. I know a couple of our top analysts are, including my partner, Jim Feist. So it's early for them, a little late for us here on the East Coast, but you know what they say, better late than never. And what the great thing is about streaming, if you miss it live, you still have more than enough time between now and the weekend to catch us here on Proline TV with our Proline Picks Tuesday show. So hopefully we'll have a good week. Of course, a lot of this is just all about getting you guys prepared for yourselves. We're going to give you as much information as always on the NFL and college football. Go over all the latest lines, the latest trends, our observations, and a lot more, including we have a special guest coming up shortly that I'm looking forward to getting the opportunity to talk to here on our show here for the first time, Dylan Callaghan-Crowley. And Dylan and Marty Leap are our top Penn State analysts for our Penn State post-game show and preview shows each week. So we're going to talk to Dylan this week. We'll talk to Marty next week. And the reason I'm going to have Dylan on, who's going to be on in just a couple of minutes to start things off, is to go over some of the key young players, including more. I mean, we're going to specify quarterbacks, of course. Maybe at some point we'll take a look at some other positions, but quarterback position is so important, as you know. And there are some very young quarterbacks that have already played, that are going to be playing in some big games, and I would really like to get the inside scoop. And Dylan and Marty do a great job of analyzing these kids from the high school ranks. So that's the reason why we wanted to have Dylan and Marty on. Dylan will be on this week. Like I said, Marty will join us next week. The rankings are out, so we're going to go over that. We have our rankings for both the Group of Five and the overall playoff rankings, keeping in mind, of course, that just like the rankings from college football that came out today, we do not have the automatic team in. So we just do the top 12 teams, even though we do add in the 12th team from the Group of Five. And this week, believe it or not, we are 12 weeks in. And if you've been with us all season, you know that our preseason number one team was James Madison. And we had South Florida too. And we really felt after the way South Florida, the start they got off to, we really felt it was going to be their year. They had those two incredible wins to start the season. And they just needed to not lose two conference games. They could avoid that. They were going to end up in the playoffs, which was going to be a big accomplishment for the program. Unfortunately, they laid a big egg on defense against Navy, and Navy got the better of South Florida, knocking South Florida pretty much out of any chance for the Bulls to go to the championship game of the AAC. And of course, you know what that means. That means if they can't get there, they're not going to the playoffs. It's not like the Power Four programs. You can miss the conference championship, still get in. Not the case for the Group of Five. Let's take a look at the rankings. Let's start off. I haven't even seen them. And then you know what? Let me post mine first. All right. So here's mine. So here's the Group of Five. So of course, James Madison. Now look, again, this is mine. So I have no idea how the committee feels about the number one team from the Group of Five right now. It made so much sense last week with South Florida 24. They were the only Group of Five team ranked. They could just win out, make it easy. They're the team. Now it's just completely wide open because it's James Madison, maybe San Diego State, even though I doubt it. So it's really James Madison, San Diego State from the Mountain West is the only team that has a shot from that conference in my mind. And four teams from the American, as you can see right there: Tulane, North Texas, East Carolina, and Navy. All four of those teams still have a legitimate shot and maybe even have the shot to get to the playoffs. Those are the four teams that probably have the leg up, even though I said this a few weeks ago. I don't think it's fair to James Madison that these American teams can just beat each other up and, okay, yeah, whoever's the American champ will go in. Well, look, and the reason I say that is because if James Madison can't get in this year, let's just say they continue to win out and continue to win out impressively. That's what they're going to have to do. They can't have any overtime wins, last second wins. They can't have any of that. It was a bad enough look for him a couple of weeks ago when he needed a late score to win by 2 scores against Marshall. That you just can't have that because of their schedule. But how unfair is it for James Madison and any team from the Sun Belt that they can have such a great season and then they still can't get in? So especially, again, if, like I said, there's no Boise State, there's no dominant team from the Mountain West, and the AAC is beating each other up. So I really hope they give James Madison a fair shake. They still have to get by Washington State this week, which is, of course, an out-of-conference game. And it's going to be the toughest game. It really is. They're not going to face anybody in the conference now that's going to be or shouldn't be competition. So they should be able to get by over the next several games in the Sun Belt, including the championship game. And as long as they do that, then I think this game this week against Washington State, this is going to be the tester. And again, I think what'll help them is if they can cover that game, because there were I think it's like 13. If they can cover that game, then that should help them, considering a couple of Power 4 teams who potentially are playoff teams beat Washington State by a combined 5 points. So if James Madison can do a lot better than that against Washington State, then that will be a big help. It doesn't help them any that Louisville's lost the last couple of games. That's been a big blow because that was really looking good just a couple of weeks ago for James Madison, and now it's all falling apart for Louisville. And I don't know if you want to blame it all on the fact that Isaac Brown is out, but look, that's a big loss, and it's just come at the bad and worst time. All right, so there you go. The big addition here in the group of 5 is Navy because of their win against South Florida. Other than that, everybody just kind of moves up a little bit, and this is just going to shake out the way it's going to shake out. These rankings really don't mean anything where these 4 AAC teams are in my list, because hey, whoever wins the AAC championship game, it'll be that team against James Madison in the eyes of the committee. Okay, now let's take a look at the playoff overall rankings. And Texas A&M, I'm keeping them at number 1. I know some people might feel that they should drop, even though they won, because it was an ugly victory, even though I wouldn't really classify that as ugly. I get it. They're almost a 20-point favorite at home, and they only win by a couple. What was it? I don't even remember now. Point or two, whatever it was. Fact of the matter is, I think that shows a lot of guts. A record type of comeback. I think that means something. And again, we've been stressing this all season. The SEC is murder. That you can't, any game, we've said it all season, any game is not a gimme win. That includes South Carolina, Vanderbilt, Missouri, Kentucky, Mississippi State. All of those teams have at some point this season shown that they can knock off a quality playoff caliber team. That's why it's just this is why we've said it's almost like unfair to expect any SEC team to go undefeated. So I don't even know if Texas A&M will still go undefeated. I said this last week. I think it would probably be good for them to lose at some point. I didn't expect it would be South Carolina, of course, and I'm not sure that would have been a good loss at all. But the fact of the matter is, I had him number 1 before. I'm not knocking him down because of the win, especially because I still need to see proof out of Ohio State. And look, I even dropped Indiana to 5. Second straight opportunity for Indiana. Well, second straight time that Indiana played, kind of lackluster type of victory. I mean, come on, Wisconsin. I mean, this is, and trust me, if Indiana, if Kirk Cignetti could have blown out Wisconsin, he would have. So don't look at that as, he was just, he didn't want to blow him out. He's just trying to be a nice guy. Kirk Cignetti's not a nice guy. Okay. If he had his druthers, he would have blown out Penn State and Wisconsin by 50. Okay. But he couldn't do it. He was very, very lucky to beat Penn State. So he's lucky to beat Penn State. He's lucky to beat Iowa. And, he's up 10-7 at the half to Wisconsin. You know how bad that team is? So that's why I dropped Indiana to 5. Other than that, everything else stays the same. I move USC in But they've got the big game against Oregon. We'll talk about that game a little bit later on. Okay. Let's bring in my first guest, my only guest. Speaking of guests, I'm going to be talking to Connor Morissette on Thursday. It's going to be a Thursday morning interview, I believe, at 11 o'clock Eastern. And we're going to talk some USC football. So Connor was with us beginning of the season to preview the season for USC. You could check that video in the library here at Proline TV. But also you could check out on Proline TV is clicking the join button, because if you do that, you're going to go to our new YouTube membership page, and that gives you the opportunity to sign up. You've got packages ranging from $49.99 to $99.99. We've got Mark Lawrence picks, Jim Feist picks. We've got other handicapper picks. We've got bonus material. Check it out. Hit the join button. But again, Connor will be with us on Thursday to preview the USC-Oregon game. Looking forward to that in a couple of days. But let's bring in now Dylan Callaghan-Crawley, who is, again, our Penn State, part of our Penn State duo, who joins us each week, usually middle of the week, to preview the week for Penn State and post-game for Penn State football here on Proline TV. So, Dylan, thanks for doing this.
Hey, Greg, thanks for having me on.
I feel like that too. I'm having a hard time talking already, and I just started a 3-hour show, so I'm in trouble. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going well. I was just sitting on the couch watching some Big Ten basketball here before jumping on, so ready to talk some football.
Yeah, so quick background for everybody that maybe they've just come in and here and check you out on the Penn State program. Maybe they haven't found you for any other variety of reasons. Give you a little background because you cover both Penn State and Minnesota.
Yeah, so I used to cover Penn State for the Rivals Network for Happy Valley Insider before On3 acquired Rivals earlier this year. Still very well connected to the Penn State football program. Obviously have our show on here with Marty Leap that we talk about and the Nittany Lions twice a week, and we love doing that. On top of that, I do cover the Minnesota Golden Gophers for the On3 network for my site, Gophers Nation, which I'm the publisher. I do. I've been doing both Penn State and Minnesota now for a couple of years.
Not just football, of course.
Yeah, not just football, basketball. And then, of course, with these two schools, wrestling's big, hockey's big. So a little bit of everything. Football and basketball, of course, are the main attractions, though.
Well, we're going to be talking college basketball, too, really, as the football season comes to an end here soon. And when we do that, especially, hey, who knows, maybe Minnesota. I suspect Minnesota will probably have a better chance than Penn State to have a good season. Or am I wrong?
I think Minnesota has a better chance of putting together a decent season. I like Nico Medved a lot.
Nice hire.
It was a great hire by the Gophers administration. He assembled a pretty quality roster. They started off, strong in their first few games. Suffered a little bit of a setback from Missouri and have had a little bit of a hard time finding their footing against a pair of bad opponents. He's lost a few games, but that's the expectation for Minnesota this year. They're going to have some struggles along the way, but yeah, I think they have a chance to be a competitive Big Ten team this season, no doubt.
Yeah, college basketball. I'm still going through my research on that, and I can't believe it. I just cannot believe like every team has like 80% roster change, and it's just it's mind blowing. Because in college we can handle like 10 or 15 guys new to the team because you got 30 others that return, but you get like 8-9 new guys in a college basketball team. I mean, that's almost and this is like almost every team. It's just this can't continue every year. I know that we're just in the beginning stage of this whole process, but please tell me that this isn't going to happen every year. Please tell me that maybe we'll, like, now that we kind of got a little bit of a start to it, that hopefully half of the players that are signed this year will like stay on those teams at least another season.
Yeah, it's interesting because Minnesota, just looking at them from last year's roster of what you're talking about, 14, 15 players. 2 guys returned from last year's roster. Everybody else is new. And you look at a team like the Govers with Nico Medved, a lot of those guys that they brought in this year are seniors. So you're now talking about, you're already losing 7, 8, 9 guys to graduation this upcoming off season. And yeah, it's an unbelievable cycle of players coming in and out on these on these rosters in college basketball these days. Like you said, in football, at least we have a majority of the roster returning on any given team, or most teams. Obviously, a coaching change will have a little bit of difference. Like Penn State, for example, obviously is going to see an insane amount of roster turnover probably this offseason. But most programs, at least, you're going to have a pretty good sense of continuity. But yeah, in college basketball, that does not seem like the case at all.
Yeah, we'll find out next year. I hope so.
Yeah.
I don't want to be doing the same research again every year. That would drive me nuts. And I'm sure it's going to drive everybody crazy. Okay, so let's get started on this. The whole reason we have you here, and that's to talk about some of these really young players that are. I think we see this every year in college football. We see these freshmen. Sometimes they don't start the season.
Yeah.
And most of the time, you'll see them implemented at some point during the season for a variety of different reasons, injuries, things of that nature. And that's what's happening with Penn State and Nebraska at the quarterback position. So Ethan Grunkemeyer is looking like he is starting to feel a little bit more comfortable every game for the Nittany Lions, including in their first win with Ethan at the helm against Michigan State. For Nebraska, TJ Lateef. I mean, statistically, this kid just balled out against UCLA last week, going 13 of 15, 205, 3 touchdowns, and a 13.7 average per completion, including a few yards on the ground. I think there was a lot of people who really thought he was going to be more of a dual threat type of guy. Instead, man, he just looked like a regular quarterback out there for Nebraska. How surprising was that to you?
Yeah, no, that was a surprise, and without a doubt, TJ Lateef, a guy that I think over on Rivals /On3, we had him as a pretty high 4-star recruit. But anytime you talk about a freshman like him coming in, with limited experience because your starting quarterback went down, a very good starting quarterback too in Dylan Raiola. Anytime they go down, you kind of want to set your expectations to not to be minimal, but you don't want to put, all your eggs in one basket with a freshman quarterback. But yeah, since Lateef has, had to take over for Raiola, he's been really impressive. And to have that type of performance in one of your first career game, I think it's career game number 4 for him, but in your first career start, to have that level of efficiency is really impressive. I don't care if you're facing the worst defense in college football or the best defense in college football. That type of efficiency is really impressive. And, it's a testament to the Nebraska coaching staff to have him prepared to that level to perform in that game to that level. But, yeah, that was really impressive. And, it's not like it was a blowout performance in which Nebraska cruised to victory. This was a 28-21 win for Nebraska. So, every pass that he made counted in this game. And, yeah, just really impressed by what he has showed in that first career start against UCLA.
So what do we know about Lateef? Because I didn't notice him as being any sort of – I think he was a 3-star, wasn't he?
At Rivals, we had him as a 4-star.
You did? Okay.
But I think I think 24/7 Sports had him as a 3-star prospect. I know ESPN also had him as a 4-star with us. But yeah, this is a quarterback that when Nebraska recruited him, they thought he could eventually absolutely be the next man up after Dylan Raiola. Raiola entering his sophomore season this year, so in a ideal role, if you're Nebraska, if Dylan Raiola is the type of quarterback you think he is, he would have had this season and next season, then gone pro after his junior season, which would have led to TJ Latif, ideally in their situation, taking over as that starting quarterback in what would be his redshirt sophomore season at that point. But yeah, I mean, coming out of high school, he was a very prolific quarterback for Orange Lutheran High School in California, a very, very good high school football program. Has some dual threat ability in his game. He's obviously a very good pocket passer quarterback, but he does have the legs to, extend drives and to pick up some valuable yardage on the ground. Very similar game to Dylan Raiola, in my opinion.
Really? Okay.
In terms of,
so he is more of a pocket passer than a dual threat.
Yeah, I think ideally for Nebraska, they want their quarterbacks to, be pocket passers first, and then what you can add with your legs is a bonus. And Latif definitely has the mobility to do stuff with his legs. Maybe not too far dissimilar from the quarterback that he beat this past week in Nico over there at UCLA. Nico, obviously a quarterback who we've seen can do damage with his legs. He did against Penn State, but he's not necessarily going to be a run-first quarterback either.
All right. So, yeah, because, I mean, the first game, you looked at this, decent size, not overly big, but, okay size. And it just looked like to me that he was going to be, and again, this is probably just because of the fact that he was thrown into a game he had no idea he was going to be thrown into, that he was running the ball more. And that's what I thought he was going to be. And then all of a sudden this came out, but that just shows you, again, why it's important to take a look at film and really see what these kids are made of. And it's really hard for us to do that, which is why I want to have someone that is more attuned at looking at film from these high school kids and really knows about them. So sounds like they got a good one there. But hey, I guess on the bad side, they now have to. This actually might be a bad thing, because all of a sudden, what's going to happen. There's going to be a boatload of money out there from some school that's going to go, oh, I like this. You don't want to sit behind Raiola now for the next year. He might stay another year. You might be sitting there for 2 years. That's what they're going to be talking and putting in his ear. And they're going to have, and so, these are the things that we have to live with nowadays. So again, I don't know whether or not TJ is going to be committed to the program, but I'm sure he's going to get a lot of money offers if he continues to play well.
No, I'm sure there's going to be. I think we have a couple other quarterbacks you want to talk about, and that's going to be the case with all these quarterbacks. In my opinion, is that a lot of them, and I'll probably repeat this, but a lot of them have shown very quickly this season when they've been given the opportunities that even if the numbers don't say it right now, they have shown the ability to be a starting quarterback at the Power 4 level. For very strong programs going up against very quality opponents. And, by showing that ability this quickly, they are absolutely going to get the opportunity to, whether they enter the portal or not, other teams are going to be, calling their their agents, representatives, former high school coaches, whoever it may be. They're going to begin phone calls and getting plenty of offers to enter that portal to, get a lucrative payday in the process.
Hey, get it while you can. Nobody expected Nico. Nobody expected that. Came out of nowhere. So anything is possible. Let's talk about the matchup because I was actually a little bit surprised to see Penn State as such a heavy favorite in this game. Because there's no way this game would be 9 if Raiola was still the quarterback. I would expect that this line would have been, I honestly thought this line would have been more like 3 or 4 if Raiola would have been the quarterback. And considering how well Latif played last week, that's why I'm a little bit surprised of the line. But on Penn State side, we talked about Gronkenmeyer. So how is he performing? And this is a quarterback that, unlike Latif, because if he stays in Nebraska, he's clearly a backup next year. Gronkenmeyer more than likely could end up starting next year, no matter where he is.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Gronkenmeyer, former 4-star quarterback on 3 and Rivals, as well as I believe 24/7 Sports had him as a 4-star as well. he was a late riser in his recruiting class. When Penn State recruited him, they were really one of only one or two Power Four programs to really extend him an offer, and he blew up later in the process, kind of similar to Drew Aller, but even later. So he was kind of a hidden gem for Penn State when they found him. And, he sat behind Drew Aller last year, was going to sit behind him this year. And, if in an ideal world for Penn State where this season doesn't collapse like it did, Ethan Grunkemeyer is the Nittany Lions starting quarterback in 2026 under James Franklin. But, things have clearly changed in State College. James Franklin's now the head coach at Virginia Tech, and Penn State's in a search for a new head coach, which, is throwing a wrench in all of this. But Grunkemeyer, takes over for Drew Aller after Aller's season ends abruptly against Northwestern. And really, he got thrown into the fire right away. You look at his first three career starts, going up against three of the top 5-10 defenses in the country in Iowa, Ohio State, and Indiana.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, and there are some growing pains along the way. He had 4 turnovers in those 3 games, but you look at, but he never looked to be overmatched. He
didn't have the deer in the headlights look.
He didn't have a deer in the headlights. Yes, there are moments where he makes a bad pass, whether it's just inaccuracy or a bad read. Those are going to happen early in a career, but you look at how he's gone game to game and improved. He was very impressive against Indiana. Was a pretty big reason why the Nittany Lions almost knocked off the Hoosiers a couple weeks ago against.
If the defense would have held,
if the defense would have held. He didn't have the best numbers against Michigan State this past weekend, but I think he was 8 for 17 or something like that. But he was efficient for the most part, despite some of the misses. And he's just been really impressive from week to week, improving. And you see the arm talent, you see his accuracy. He has a big time arm. He can make a lot of big time throws. He's going to be a starting quarterback somewhere next year. I don't know if it's going to be Penn State, because whoever the Nittany Lions hire may obviously bring in their own quarterback. Yeah. But if it's not Penn State, he's going to have the opportunity to start somewhere at the Power 4 level. He's just too good of a talent. He has, the size and everything you look for in a Power 4 starting quarterback as well. So I'm excited to see what he can do here in his last 2 games of the regular season against Nebraska and Rutgers. So
yeah, and I might just wear this, just to bug you guys out next week for the Penn State Rutgers matchup. But not that, of course, this is an intimidating logo for most opposing teams, including Penn State. All right, so just so do you agree with me, though? Because, again, I have to take a look to see if the line updated at all and changed. But do you agree with me that that the line is a little big, or do you think Penn State would be the play for you, as well as Penn State obviously covering them?
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised that Penn State is the favorite. I am surprised I know it's 9.5 now. I think it opened around 7.5 ish. I forget off the top of my head, but yeah, I'm surprised it was this big, just because I think this is one of those lines that is still definitely impacted a little bit by preseason.
Really?
What we thought this team was going to be. And at the end of the day, this is still a very talented Penn State team, one of the most talented teams in the country. Their season fell apart in the middle there. They lost, 6 straight games, I think it was. But this is still one of the most talented teams in the country. You were just shown Ethan Grunkenmeyer's stats there. He's completed 60% of his passes against Ohio State, 70% against Indiana. Had another really good game here against Michigan State, 8 for 13, not 8 for 17, like I said. So, you look at what he's done these last few weeks. You look at what Katron Allen has done these last few weeks. The Penn State defense looks to be putting it together here at the end of the season as well. So you add all that together, I'm not surprised. Penn State's been playing some despite the losses the last couple of weeks before this Michigan State win, outside of that Ohio State win, they were all one-score losses. So, I mean, this Penn State team, despite the record, it hasn't been that far away from, this season being very much different. So I'm not surprised they're the favorite here. We're going to have a preview show, I'm sure, here coming up on Thursday. But, I'm not surprised Penn State's a favorite. I think Penn State's going to win that game on Saturday. I don't know if they'll win by 9.5. That's a big spread for this team just based off what we've seen. But I do like the Nittany Lions for sure this week. I think they're better in the trenches than Nebraska. And, Nebraska's a good team, but I definitely have my question marks about them and their physicality in the trenches.
What about Matt Rule? Of course, that's early on, the first couple of days, there was a lot of talk about Rule as a potential replacement. That's gone away. But still, having him come to Penn State, there's got to be a little extra motivation for Rule, and we'll see if his team can rally around their coach as well. And again, that might be something to keep in mind there too.
No, absolutely. I think you always have to have that type of factor in the back of your head when talking about these games. I mean, Matt Rule is a former Penn State linebacker, grew up in State College. I know he's the head coach in Nebraska, but I think, for most of his adult life, all he ever wanted to be was probably the head coach at Penn State. It doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. I'm never going to say never because I think in today's world of college football, we've learned that money is not that big of a barrier to what if an athletic director wants to go a certain way. For the record, I don't think he's going to be the next head coach. But at the same time, I don't think the extension necessarily fully eliminates him if that's still the way Pat Kraft wanted to go, but I don't expect it to be. But I think that's definitely a factor to consider. I'm sure he wants to win this game even a little bit more than he normally would want to. Obviously they want to win every game every week, but I think it being Penn State, this game at Beaver Stadium, it absolutely adds a little bit of an extra factor, and I'm sure it adds a little bit more there for Matt Rule, who already does have one career win over Penn State. He upset the Nittany Lions back in 2015 with Temple.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that one. Those weren't the best Penn State years, though. So
no, that was 1 year before Penn State became the program that we grew to know it, or we knew it to be under James Franklin.
Yeah. Of course, that's another story with his new job at Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I also wanted to ask you about another player who almost became the quarterback at Penn State, Matt Zollers.
Yeah.
And that line is now dropped a little bit. Oklahoma's down now to a 7.5-point favorite. I'm not happy about that because I like Missouri at 9. I still like him at 7.5. So Zollers looked a lot better in his second start. No shock. And I think it was Mississippi State. It is what it is. Of course, it's a big step down from Texas A&M. But Oklahoma, we know they're, of course, coming off a big win over Alabama. But again, the freshman has got to go on the road.
Yeah.
Venables, one of the better defensive minds in college, is a very good defensive team. That is the thing that does worry me the most, no question about it, because you can say what you want about Mateer. He has not looked like the same player since the injury. Mm-hmm. He has not looked anywhere near that type of Heisman potential player. And that's the thing that you kind of think about first, but I think we have to pay attention to how good this defense is, and a true freshman quarterback going on the road. That's not going to be easy. So tell us a little bit about Zollers and what kind of a future he could have.
Yeah, no, I was a big fan of Matt Zollers coming out of high school. He's from right down the street from me at Springford High School in Royersford, Pennsylvania, not that far from me. But yeah, coming out of high school, terrific arm talent, was a very high 4-star prospect. Did have some dual threat capabilities kind of high school as well, but his senior year of high school, he suffered a pretty gruesome ankle injury. And it seems like still maybe still getting that confidence back of being able to take off with his legs. Obviously, anytime you suffer that level of injury, it can take longer mentally to come back from than physically. But yeah, he's got a bright future. Another one of those quarterbacks where, you know, what's the future of Missouri going to be in general for the Tigers? Eli Drinkowitz, is he going to be back in 2026, or is he going to be the head coach at Florida, at LSU,
At Penn State?
At Penn State?
And does he take Zollers with him?
Yeah, and not to mention, he still has a quarterback with eligibility in front of him, and Bo Prabula, who is having a pretty solid season before his own injury ended. Well, we'll see if there's a possibility of him still returning, but potentially ended his season prematurely as well. So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen with Zollers going forward, because, yeah, he's had some struggles. There's no doubt about it. Had a solid performance against Mississippi State, 8 for 15, 112, and 2 touchdowns with interception. But, you know, he did struggle against Texas A&M, 7 for 22, 77 yards. And he was, you know, solid against Vanderbilt in relief of Prabula. So you've seen a lot of good. You've seen some, you know, struggles as you would expect. You know, you talk about him going up against a great defensive mind in Brent Venables this week. Well, he went up against a great defensive mind in Mike Elko a couple weeks ago and with Texas A&M, and you know, struggled in that game. So I think it's going to be a very intriguing game to see from you know, Zoller's perspective, and see how much perhaps he's grown the last couple weeks since that Texas A&M game. I know it's only been 2 weeks, but we talked about with Ethan Grunkemeyer taking that development week by week. And, you know, I think in today's world of college football, college sports, we forget that, you know, these quarterbacks and players in general are not going to step in and be immediate stars. They need time to develop. Very rarely are you going to step in at a position like quarterback and be a day one, not just starter, but a day one star at the position. So I think Zoller still has a really high ceiling. It's just a matter of where he's going to end up playing in 2026. Is he going to follow Eli Drinkowitz? If Drinkowitz moves somewhere else, is he going to stay in Missouri? Even if he doesn't follow Drinkwitz, if Drinkwitz takes another job and it's not Penn State, does the next Penn State head coach recruit Zollers to the Nittany Lions? And, you know, the same could be said about his teammate and former Nittany Lion, Bo Prabula. Does the next Penn State head coach try to get Prabula to come back to Happy Valley?
Which would be a crazy – I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before. So that would be another checklist from this crazy new era we're living in.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen in college football. I know in college basketball we've seen somewhere. I forget who it is. I think there's a player for South Carolina who went from South Carolina to Ohio State back to South Carolina.
Yeah,
back to
but a big position like quarterback, something like that. Yeah,
I don't think we've seen it in college football.
No. Well, who has a better chance? Who do you think you feel more comfortable with at this early in their career? Like, who's more mentally capable of handling the pressure for these next couple of games, do you think?
That's a good call. Between Grunkemeyer and Zollers?
And Zollers, yeah.
I would probably lean Grunkemeyer, just because Missouri's been a good team the last few years, but I think the way that Penn State, you know, has been a title contender up until this season last year, his first year in the program, they were a title contender. He was still the number 2 quarterback in the playoffs last year because Bo Prabula had to enter the transfer portal to find his new home. So he's been preparing for this type of situation for quite a while. And like we said, he went up against the number 3 of the top 5 defenses in the country in his first 3 starts. Nebraska has a good defense. Rutgers has a okay defense.
Oh, no, Rutgers defense is terrible.
I was trying to
you don't have to be kind. No, they got the best offense they've had in, like, I think forever. But now all of a sudden they can't stop anybody. So
so I think you look at what he's faced in the past. He had a good performance against Michigan State. Now he faces two defenses to end the season that isn't top 5 defenses. Yeah. So I think having that type of experience against those level defenses, and now you got to face a little bit easier defenses, is going to be advantageous for Grunkemeyer. While if you're Matt Zollers and Missouri, you got Oklahoma this weekend on the road, which is, absolutely going to be a tough one. And then you have, a road trip against Arkansas, which Arkansas obviously isn't a great team this year. So a little bit tough, a little bit easier, I should say. But at the same time, back-to-back road games in the SEC, that is by no means easy. And despite their record, that Arkansas team has been playing competitive football the last few weeks under Bobby Petrino.
All right, Dylan. So we've got a lot more of these quarterbacks and other players to talk about in over the next several weeks. Hopefully, Marty will join us next week. Both of you guys will be on Thursday night. What is it? What are we doing? Like 7:30? Is that what
yeah, it'll be around that time. I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's roughly around the time that or 8:30, whatever, one of those times. Anyway, check out on Thursdays. The guys preview the game between Penn State and Nebraska. And then, of course, you'll have the post-game show either on Saturday or Sunday. So, Dylan, appreciate your time. And again, looking forward to talk more about these kids because there's a lot more, like I said, to talk about and a lot more football ahead of us. So I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on, Greg.
You got it. Thanks, Dylan. All right. So, again, a little perspective on what's going on out there. And, to tell you the truth, I mean, with this whole, as we start with the SEC, this whole deal with a young quarterback like Zollers, it's as much as I'd like to ride Missouri in this one, it's just really hard for me to think about going down that road with a true freshman quarterback, because that is definitely the biggest difference between Zollers and Grunkemeyer, is that Grunkemeyer was a redshirt freshman. This is Zollers' first year. He did not expect to be in this position. He's got talent, which is the reason why he's the second stringer as a true freshman. But again, as Dylan was pointing out, I mean, a big difference between Penn State and Missouri, and so Zollers, I don't know. I'm at 7.5, I'm probably taking Oklahoma, to tell you the truth. I think the 9 or the double digits, that was definitely appealing to me. I think Drinkwitz is a better head coach than Venables, but Oklahoma still has playoff aspirations. As you can see from before, we had them on the rankings. What do we have them at 10? Actually, we didn't take a look at the real rankings, so let's do that. Where are they? Here they are. So let's see. See, no surprise that they had still Ohio State, Indiana at the top. See, to me, and I don't know. Look, one thing you'll never see. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that, but I highly doubt you'll ever see is an undefeated Power 4 program from like the Big Ten, especially or the SEC, get jumped by a one-loss team. It's just the optics. It's silly. It's absolutely silly. But I mean, really, if you're thinking about it, because look, Georgia's 4, Alabama is 10. All right. And so right there, that's exactly what I was just talking about, except I guess I should have phrased it more like you're not going to see a team with a lesser winning percentage jump another team with a better winning percentage with the way that they rank these teams. And it's absolutely ridiculous why that wouldn't be the case. Alabama should be ranked ahead of Georgia. I mean, they played. So, I mean, I don't know. It's typical. And then you got Ole Miss at 6. And I know that, again, you got to drop Alabama because they lost, and I completely get that. But I just don't look at it that way. I just don't. I'm just looking at the team. That's all I'm looking at. And I know that they're still a playoff caliber team. I know they're still going to be in the playoffs. And that's how I look at the teams that I rank. Who do I think is better? That's it. And same thing with Oklahoma, Alabama. You see, like if I thought Oklahoma was truly better than Alabama, then I would have put Oklahoma ahead of Alabama. But I know it was Oklahoma is getting a win and they probably should be, but it's not. I'm looking at it as more of we're at the end of the season now. And I just, I want to look at it like for real, like, because I think it's important for me to do it this way. So I know a lot of guys out there are doing future wagers and they're taking a look ahead at the playoffs and the playoff possibilities and conference championships and all that stuff. And because of that, I think it's more important for me to put out there the teams that I think are better, regardless of the situation. So that's why I have Alabama ahead of Oklahoma and ahead of Georgia. That's just the way I feel. Now, I do think Alabama deserves to take a step back. I don't think there's any question about that, which I did, a couple of steps back. But I think part of the reason why when you look at this Oklahoma-Alabama game from last week and you say, okay, why would you still think Alabama is a better team than Oklahoma after what you saw? First of all, because I think the matchup, and I talked about this last week, I think the one thing that worried me the most about the Alabama-Oklahoma game was the matchup. We saw what happened last year when Oklahoma shut down Alabama to 3 points. What was it, 24-3, something like that. And Oklahoma, of course, did not have a really good season. Alabama overall for them, not really a good season either. But this year, Alabama having a great year after the Florida State loss. Oklahoma having some troubles lately ever since the Mateer injury. But the game last week about Oklahoma, two things: Oklahoma being more desperate and the matchup. Now, if you're going to ask me, hey, if you had to pick Oklahoma versus Alabama in a playoff game, to me, especially after what I saw on Saturday, it's a flip of the coin on a neutral field. And I'm saying it's a flip of the coin only because of the fact that it's going to be hard for Oklahoma to beat Alabama twice in the same season, because I do think these two teams are pretty evenly matched. But on an even situation where both teams need to win or they're being eliminated, I would still kind of favor Alabama a little bit in that one, even though Oklahoma seems to have a good matchup. But other than that matchup, I think Alabama is a better team than Oklahoma. So matchups are not everything. It's like Michigan beating Ohio State the last several seasons. Does that mean that Michigan was better than Ohio State? No, it does not. When I rank Alabama and Georgia differently, though, I think that does mean something. Same thing. You got a matchup thing because Alabama's been handling Georgia the last several seasons. That's been tough for Georgia. So again, matchups are important, but I will say that I do think Georgia. I'm getting to the point now with Georgia where I'm close to buying in. The only thing is that I'm not overrating them. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get exaggerated by anything that they do that leads me to think that they're anything resembling the teams from the past. And that's just teams from 2 years ago, because they're just not that type of team. They're just not. And there never will be again. We know college football the way that it is now, and it's going to change. It is what it is. But I really like Stockton. I think he's got a good command of the team right now. They're well coached. They're a talented team, but I also don't really like their defense. And to tell you the truth, when it all comes down to it, I don't really think Alabama or Georgia is a national championship type of team. I think they're more than capable of winning a couple of playoff games. But I don't think Alabama is a complete team because they do not have the proper running game to balance out the passing game. And when you take a look at Georgia, I mean, they just do not have, in my opinion, a good enough defense. They forget the Georgia teams from the past, because the Georgia teams from the past which usually, I mean, take a look at some of the Super Bowl champion players who are playing for the Eagles, and you know what I'm talking about. But they had so much talent graduate to the NFL over the last several seasons. They're just a completely different defensive team. They just are. You know, they can stop the run. I think that's their imbalance. But they have big problems against the pass. And so that is something that, let me just double check that because I want to make sure I'm on the right level. No, that's my RLADS depth chart. Let's see. Let me get the national. Let me get out of here. This is a little bit. Okay. Let's check out the national. Let's go to passing defense. Let's see where Georgia is. Georgia, 57th in passing defense. And rushing defense should be better. Where's the rushing defense? There it is, 11th. So they got the rushing defense is solid, but it's the pass defense that is the issue. And nowadays in college football, I think that's, and look, it's not one of those things where, oh, that's misleading. No, it's not misleading. That is something that I think could eventually hurt them. So look, again, I think Alabama and Georgia are two quality football teams that will be in the playoffs more than likely. And that, like I said, could win a couple of games, but they're flawed. Okay. And we don't know yet about Ohio State's flaws. I think we've already seen Indiana's flaws. And I'm telling you right now, I said it last week, Indiana is not winning a national championship this season. Sorry, Indiana fans, but you're having a nice ride. Just enjoy it. Enjoy the ride. But you're not winning a national championship. Okay? You are not battle-tested enough. And when you are not battle-tested enough, and then you take on teams that you should be handling easily and you do not. And I'm not talking about the lightweights in the Big Ten. I'm talking about, you know, teams that are decently talented, like Penn State. Even though Wisconsin, to tell you the truth, is a lightweight. Yes, they have a legitimate defense, but Wisconsin's defense is not as good as the great defenses that they've had over the last several seasons. You know, they had some really top flight defenders just even a couple of seasons ago. It's a good defense, but especially when your offense is doing nothing, I'm sorry, there's no excuse for a team like Indiana to be at 10-7 at the half to Wisconsin. Okay. So, and then taking a look at the rest, Texas Tech, look, I'm glad to see them moved up because I moved them up as well. And this is where I'm definitely this is a completely different situation for me because I've moved up Notre Dame all the way, I think, up to 3. And Notre Dame is just sitting here at 9. And look, the reason they're sitting here at 9 is because they have 2 losses. That's it. They have 2 losses. Every other team here has 1 or none. And they're just behind Oklahoma with 2 losses. So, again, further example, they don't want a 2-loss team, a power team like that. If they have 2 losses, even though if you take a look at those 2 losses, you see who it was against. And I'm not going to hold the Miami loss against them either because Miami is still a quality team. And look, Miami's sitting there 13th. So they have a legitimate shot of being in the playoffs, even though you have to keep in mind that the way this is structured here, again, there is no ACC and there is no group of 5. So you have to look at it from 10 on. All right. So 11, BYU would be out. Utah would be out because you've got your Big 12 team at 5. And then you would have at 11 would be the ACC team, which actually is not Miami. It's right now it would be either Georgia Tech, Virginia. Those teams have the better leg up than Miami, but one of those teams will be represented. And then you've got whatever team is going to end up taking that number 12 spot. Good to see BYU there, though, at 11 over Utah at 12. BYU with a good response. Okay. Let's now get into it because that's why you're here for the most part. All right. And I want to remind everybody that if you watch this show on demand. Hold on a second. That we have markers on the bottom of the screen, and those markers will indicate exactly what the segments are, and you can check that out, where you'll be able to say, you know what, I don't really care about this conference, I don't care about this subject, I don't care about what they're talking about here, so I want to fast forward to this section, or I only want to watch this section. That's what the markers are for, and this makes it easy for you guys who are, because look, I know, I mean, heck, if it's me, the only way that I would watch a 3-hour broadcast or a 4-hour broadcast, actually not watch, but the only way I would be paying attention to a 3 or 4-hour broadcast in any way, shape, or form is when I'm working. And I'm doing something. That's what I do all the time. All of the research I do, I've always got something playing. I'd say 80% of the time. Sometimes I really need to be dialed in, and I can't have anything distracting me. But for the most part, I always have always listening to something. I'm not watching it, I'm listening to it. And maybe that's what you do as well for a 3 or 4-hour sports show. But if you're just like intense on looking at something or hearing something and you want that information now, that's what the markers are for. So hopefully you can check that out if you haven't already checked it out before. Okay, so let's get started now, and let's talk about the SEC. We're going to go, and we'll also talk a little NFL later. So NFL is also going to be a part of this. Okay. And don't forget to check us out tomorrow at 3 o'clock Eastern for Jim Feist. At the Jim Feist handicapping show is going to be, the football show is going to be, of course, at Dom DeMarco's in Las Vegas. So that's at 3 o'clock with his special guests, a couple of handicappers that have been there just a few weeks ago. So you can check that out every Wednesday at 3 o'clock Eastern right here on Proline TV. And you can check out Jim Feist, Andy Isco, Mark Lawrence, and myself on the Playbook ATS podcast at 1 o'clock every Thursday. So so that was the Oklahoma, Missouri game. We don't care about that game. Okay, so we've got the game between Kentucky and Vanderbilt. And this is a tough one to call because of the fact that Cutter Boley is really off to a nice start. And we brought his name up probably about a month ago. If you recall, we really, we felt, especially if you looked at what was previously there for Kentucky. I mean, they had a kid that was highly rated, but he was a bust at Texas A&M. And so, unfortunately, he couldn't follow the Haynes King way of being an ex-Texas A&M cast-off and then becoming a success. Anyway, Calzada out, Boley in, and Boley has had a really promising freshman campaign. But the problem that I see from Boley, just like we talked about with Zollers, is these young kids get on the road and it becomes a lot more difficult. Boley is just 1-2 on the road. He's completing only 59% of his passes on the road, 170 yards a game on the road, and a 3 to 5 touchdown to interception ratio. So all of those stats, not very good when Cutter is away from home. And the team itself is 0-2 straight up and against the spread versus winning teams on the road by a 70-27 margin. So this has been the bad part of the season for Kentucky, even though they've turned things around. They've won 3 straight, one over an FCS, but they're playing their best football of the season. But now they got to prove whether or not they've actually, how much have they improved? That's what we're going to find out on Saturday at Vanderbilt. It's a 9.5-point spread. I'm taking Vandy, but I'm looking at this game. I'm not a total guy, but I'm thinking this is, look, if you think Kentucky's going to be in this game, well, this is going to be an over. And the reason I say this is going to be an over is because Diego Pavia is going to have a game. All right? Because that kid is a winner, and that kid always comes up with the goods when he needs to. Unless, of course, he's coming up against teams like Alabama and Texas, when there's only so far the kid can get to with the Vanderbilt Commodore type team. But against Kentucky at home finale, meaning this is his final college football game at home. He'll be at Tennessee after that. And who knows, maybe by the time the game is at Tennessee next week, that game could be looked at as a game where both teams, Tennessee's out because they have the 3 losses. And I still think a team can get into the playoffs with 3 losses, but it ain't Tennessee. So Vanderbilt could be in a situation where if they can win these next 2 games, they will be clearly on the bubble for a playoff opportunity. I don't think they're going to get in, but if they can get some breaks and some help, you never know. That's how big this game is. But I'm willing to wager my money that Pavia is going to have as good as a game as he can have. And again, the Kentucky defense should not prevent him from having one of those games. Keep in mind that Vanderbilt has won all 6 of their games at home this year. They've covered 4 out of the 5. The only game they didn't cover is when they were big 23-point favorite or something like that against Utah State. They're also 2-3 straight up, 4-1 against the spread against Kentucky the last 5 years, realizing that they were not a very good team most of those years. Again, I think the line is decent enough. And so I think Vandy is a solid play. Rivalry game between Arkansas and Texas. All right. So these are former Southwest Conference rivals. It's always fun to see rival teams get together. They've played a few times recently. Matter of fact, Texas beat Arkansas last year by 10 as a 13-point home favorite. But they lost at home in 2021. Did they play at home? Both of those games? Or was that one on the road? Let me check. But yeah, I grew up with rivalries like this with Arkansas and Texas. That game that Arkansas game was on the road. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. So that was beating Arkansas last year as a 13-point road favorite. And keeping in mind, though, again, like I said, Arkansas did beat Texas at Texas in 2021. So they only played a couple times over the last several years. Arkansas, as we know, repeatedly can't find ways to win. It's another game that we talked about last week, thinking Arkansas would be a halfway decent money line play, solid, just take the points for sure, because you can't count on them to win. And it's exactly what happened. They went out there, they took a lead, and they couldn't hold it, and you kind of knew that was going to happen. They're now in an 8-game losing streak. And I just, I look at a game like this and I say, we got a rivalry game. You got a Texas team that is done. They're out. They're not going to the playoffs. That's a 3-loss team that will not go to the playoffs. Okay. They do not have enough quality wins. They're not going. So their season's over. Also keep in mind that they're just 2-7-1 against the spread of the season, which is further proof that this has been a disappointment, major disappointment. They're also 3-13-1 against the spread in their last 17 when they have been favored of less than 17 versus SEC teams. Now, we've talked about this trend several times this season. They're 1-3-1 in the roll this year. Do you know the only game they won? The only game they covered? Oklahoma. That's a Big 12 team. So really, they're 0-3-1 this year, 2-13-1 in their last 16. That's the way I look at it. But it doesn't really matter. 2-13-1, 3-13-1. It's pretty bad. It's an SEC team for sure. And I think Arkansas is going to hang in there. Do I think they're going to win? Probably not, because they don't win. That's not what they do. They do host Missouri next week, and that's maybe that's a game. I think they'll win a game, and yeah, you would think they have a much better chance of beating Missouri next week, and I get that, but I think this is a game where I might actually take Arkansas. Well, look, I'm taking Arkansas on the points. I might actually take the money line as well, because we're starting to now starting this week. We're getting into the rivalries. Next week will be even huger with Thanksgiving and all the rivalries and the last game of the regular season and all. But we got some rivalry games coming up this week as well. And we all know that when you look at rivalries, the dogs, I haven't looked at the exact percentages, but for the most part, the dogs are usually the way to go. And not always, but usually. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and take Arkansas here. They're 18-7 against the spread as a road dog in the last 25 games, and that is 2-1 this year. So the trends say take Arkansas. The rival says take Arkansas as a dog. You would think at some point with the way that I tell you what, these kids are resilient. I will say that because they keep losing close games and they keep coming back and they just can't close the deal. You know, you do wonder, is there going to be a game? Maybe it's this week where they just completely have a terrible game. They're not even in it. They get blown out. Sure, that could happen. It wouldn't be a surprise because, like I said, they've been overly resilient for a team that can't find a way to win. But I also think it's possible that they break through. All right. And Texas, don't forget, they got that matchup next week with Texas A&M, another big rivalry, and that's going to be a monster game. I'm sure Texas probably saying, hey, what if we upset Texas A&M? Shouldn't that put us somewhere on the bubble? Not as far as I'm concerned, but I guess we've seen crazier things happen. Okay, next up. This game really, look, this game doesn't matter much, but Coastal would have been an interesting team if their quarterback was healthy. Unfortunately, Samari Collier injured his knee in the game last week. Coastal, of course, had that big run to get in the race in the Sun Belt, and it all went away. They had an opportunity to play James Madison at home for the championship next week, but they couldn't win the game last week at Georgia Southern in part because they lost their starting quarterback. And now without Collier, it's going to be even harder this week. The only thing is that South Carolina would have a major hangover after what happened last week. There's no bowl. There's nothing to look forward to except the game next week when they host their rivals, Clemson. So, I tell you the truth. I mean, sure, on one hand, you can say, well, maybe South Carolina is going to take it all out, take their whole season out on Coastal Carolina. Hey, that could happen. It's SEC against Sun Belt, and some teams in the Sun Belt could be vulnerable, but Coastal's had a good season. So, again, it all depends on whether the backup for Coastal Carolina can keep him in it. Next up, Tennessee and Florida. And the line has gone up now to 4. It was just 3 just yesterday, I believe. Look, Tennessee, they're not going to the playoffs. That's just not going to happen. They're 1-6-1 against the spread in their last 8. As I mentioned, they host Vanderbilt next week. Florida, meanwhile, they have owned this series pretty much lately. They've won 6 of 8. They've covered 7 of 8. They came off that really gutty loss last week against Ole Miss. They had the 4-point lead in the fourth quarter, couldn't hold on. But again, this is a Florida team. They've been outgained in their last 5 games, just 1-4 straight up, 1-3-1 against the spread in those games. They're taking on a Tennessee team that is 5-2 straight up and 6-1 in the stats in the last 7 games, but they're just 1-6 against the spread in those games. So the more this line goes up, the more I don't like Tennessee. They just don't cover, but neither does Florida. At least Florida's getting points here, and they are at home, and they've had the better of it in this series, even though Tennessee beat Florida last year. So probably a game I'm staying away from when it's all said and done, and that is the SEC. Okay. There, my boys. See, I'm representing this week of all weeks because we're in the spotlight against Ohio State. So this line is dropped 3 points from 34 to 31.5. Rutgers 22-1 on the money line, as well they should be. If you look at this one, the road team in the series is 3-0-1 in the last 4. And these two teams actually seem to, I think they pretty much play every year, which is great for Rutgers. Ohio State has been dominant at home this year. They've won all 6, of course, and they've also put together a 4-0-1 mark against the spread in their home games. They're 7-1-1 on the season. Rutgers, meanwhile, needs 1 win for a bowl. Next week is going to be the week that they're going to have a shot at it at home against Penn State. There are conflicting trends here for Rutgers. Positive, they're 10-2-1 when they are coming off a bye week. Says a lot about a coaching staff. And on the bad side, they are 0-9-3 against the spread as conference dogs of 13 or more when they take on a team with a 500 or better win percentage. 0-1 in that role already this year. So, look, I would take Rutgers here because their offense has scored and has been able to score enough points that you would think that as bad as their defense has been, it has been better under Schiano. Probably should have been doing this a long time ago, Schiano. Probably should have been the defensive coordinator basically for the team from the get-go. He should return Rob Smith there. It was a terrible decision. And there is no doubt Rutgers will have a new defensive coordinator next year. But they have been playing better. The one thing they haven't been able to do, though, is they've been a defense where it's like 80% of the time they're playing like an average, normal Rutgers defense. But the other 20% of the time, they're giving up monster plays. So like every game, they're giving up these like 60-yard plays, 80-yard plays, 50-yard plays. And it's just, it's killing them on defense. And so Ohio State is probably going to have a bunch of those on Saturday. But if Rutgers could put some points on the board, and I think they will, I can see Rutgers with their offense putting together, even if they just put up a 17 spot, that should be enough to cover the 31. Let's roll on over to this one, Northwestern and Minnesota. And I just absolutely love the fact that this line has dropped. All right, this is actually going to be one of my top plays of the week. I'll check the injury reports because it's real early, but as long as there are no major injuries for key players at Northwestern, and they're coming off a pretty, physical game against Michigan, but as long as that's not the case, Northwestern is the play. So Northwestern, you're talking about, first of all, we're talking about a Minnesota team that's already bowl eligible. Okay, so the only thing Minnesota's doing now is just playing out the string. They're just playing for pride, and it's not a rival. Playing at Wisconsin next week, no rival. There's just nothing to really motivate this Minnesota team until they go to a bowl. Minnesota is 0-4 straight up and against the spread on the road this year by a 152-33 margin. Okay, Northwestern, meanwhile, need to win for bowl eligibility to 5-5. Next week, they're at Illinois. Which game do you think they know they need the most? Throw in the fact that they're 2-1 ATS as a home favorite this year. And I actually think they're just a better team anyway than Minnesota. And they're at home. So, yeah, I'm all over Northwestern in this one. I would jump over that 3.5 as quickly as possible in case it goes back to 5. We got another good game, really a big game in the Big Ten. And I should say a really good game that I like. And I really, really like USC in this spot. That's why I want to talk to Connor, have a chat with him on Thursday. So you can check that out, Connor Morissette. And so, again, you can check out the preseason interview I did with him when I talked about the Trojans if you want to check out Connor. But the fact of the matter is that this is a huge game in the Big Ten for a variety of reasons. USC still has a shot for the championship, the playoff spot. Let's pop up. I probably should have been doing this already with the SEC, but let's pop up the Big Ten standings. And you can see here, right here. So USC, Oregon, all right? And then Ohio State, Michigan next week. And we all know Indiana is going to win with their tough schedule. So Indiana will be waiting in the Big Ten championship game, and these are the teams. Okay, so in the next 2 weeks, 2 of these teams are out, meaning it'll be more than likely it'll be those 2 teams that win left up to the situation for the tiebreaker. And that includes Michigan, because if Michigan beats Ohio State again, okay, then, and that'll be interesting to see what happens, because if you get into a 3-way tie, let's say it's because if Michigan beats Ohio State, they're going to be tied, but there won't be a head-to-head possibly, because there'll be a 3-way tie with either Oregon or USC. And then what happens? I mean, it's possible that Ohio State could lose to Michigan and still go to the Big Ten championship game. So that's possible. I'm sure Ohio State fans don't even want to hear anything about losing to Michigan again. I get that. But it's possible. Okay. But that's why this game is a monster game for USC and Oregon. Let's get into the game. Why I like USC. So, look, I've said it before with Oregon. I said this a few weeks ago, and I think we saw a little bit about that proof-wise in the game against Iowa. I think we saw a little bit of that against Wisconsin, that they're a young team in key areas. And I just don't think that they're going to be capable of stringing along the necessary types of wins that you need to in order to win a championship. And the first, they got to get there. All right. Because if USC can beat Oregon, that's going to make it real tough for Oregon, because you got all these SEC teams hanging in there with 2 losses. And if you get Oregon with 2 losses and USC beats them, well, now all of a sudden, and let them forget it if Michigan were to upset Ohio State. If that would have happened, Oregon would be out. They wouldn't have a chance. So this is a big game for both teams, not just USC, because obviously they lose, they have no shot for anything. But Oregon's got just as much to play for, just as much. Look, Dante Moore struggled against Iowa, did not have a good game, but he bounces back last week against the inferior opponent, goes 27 of 30, 306, 2 touchdowns. Oregon has beaten USC the last 3 times since 2019, of course, Pac-12 rivals and all that. But, and look, this is the thing that worries me the most, because there have been trends. USC is a team where some trends do seem, with Lincoln Riley being there especially, some of these trends do seem to stick a lot. And one of them that has been sticking is they are 1-9 now against the spread when they come off of back-to-back straight-up wins. And they're 0-3 in that role this year. So that's the thing that does worry me the most. But I just like the way USC is playing right now. Maeva, who had the bad game against Nebraska, and he really, he played his guts out late to just do what he had to do to get that team over the top. Comes back, has the big game. After that, I forget who they play 2 weeks ago. I forget who they played. Who did they play 2 weeks ago? USC. Before the game last week. They played Northwestern. Okay. So after he struggled against Nebraska, he had the big effort against Northwestern, and then the big win last week against Iowa, which they trailed 21-7. Again, this team is showing that they have toughness in them, mental toughness. Because I tell you right now, as tough as they've mentally been playing, as I said, I don't think they beat Nebraska if Raiola stays healthy. But the way that game was going, it looked pretty obvious to me that Nebraska was going to win that game. But Raiola gets hurt, and they show the guts to come in and come back, finish the job, and move on. And then the last couple of games, like I said, Maeva has been at 72%, threw for almost 600 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. And he just is now starting to up his game again like it was earlier in the season, which is very important. Of course, this is going to be a much tougher opponent, but That Iowa team, very good defense. And even though they could be a lot tougher at Iowa, at Kinnick, no question, still tough defense. They're down 2 scores. They're able to come back and win that game. And a big reason is because Mekhi Lemon, one of the top receiver prospects in the entire nation, could very well be a top 10 draft pick. That's how good this kid is. He's having a monster couple of games, 21 receptions, 314 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Of course, he's got Lane as a nice number 2 right alongside of him, which helps big time, take the pressure off. I just think USC, I think this is the game that they're waiting for. They almost did it against Notre Dame. They were right there, and then kickoff return touchdown, and it just, I can imagine. But this is another chance for them. This is what I'm saying. This is Lincoln Riley's shot. It's to get that big program win. And he's been there for a few years. It's not like he's only been there a year and a half. He's been there for enough time now. This is it. This is time. I think he's going to get it done. I think they're going to win this game outright. What is the money line there? Money line is close to 3-1. So I'm going to be all over both the points and the money line. US will host UCLA after this. They'll beat UCLA. And then I think they're going to be in the playoffs. I think they win this game, they're in the playoffs. Matter of fact, and look, with Oregon, the thing that you have to be concerned with Oregon, though, is they got a much tougher game coming up. If Oregon, even if they beat USC, they got to go to Washington. And we know how good Washington plays at home compared to the road. We'll get to them in a minute. But Oregon still has work to do. USC home, Washington on the road. And what also could happen is they could actually get to the Big Ten championship. Let's say, well, here's the thing. If they can get to the Big Ten championship game, the way it's looking, of course, they're going to be in the playoffs. Okay. That's going to happen. But if they, for some reason, let's say they lose to USC or Washington and they don't play in the Big Ten championship game and they have 2 losses, are they in? I don't know. That's going to be tough. Okay. Next up, Iowa is a big favorite against Michigan State, and deservedly so. It's up now to 16. Money line at 550. And I'm taking Michigan State. They've lost 7 straight. I get it. They're not a very good team. Couple things. They did upset Iowa last year at home, a 6-point dog. And I think that'll help them, confidence-wise. That's important. They are definitely the team that is more motivated to win, because Iowa is at the point now after a couple of major games, like season-defining games, and they couldn't win either of them, but they were tough and they battled hard, and they really played a lot better this year than I thought they would the way the season began. That's just Kirk Ferentz for you. One of the great coaches the college game has ever seen. Now this is a meaningless game. They're going to come back down to earth a little bit. I think the only thing that saves them emotionally is home finale, so that'll be something there. They are at Nebraska, so it's a road game, quality team. I think they'll be up for that. They've been playing Nebraska. It's a little bit of a new rivalry they're trying to set up there in the final game of the season. But here's a couple of things that work completely against Iowa and then therefore for Michigan State. The Spartans have covered all 4 games this year as a road dog. Okay, they're 0-4 straight up, but they've covered all 4. So, and this happens. This happens to some teams that are maybe struggling to find an identity, or they're whatever the case may be. They tend to just play better on the road. The pressure's off. There's too many distractions at home, whatever. They just seem to play better on the road. And that seems to be the case for Michigan State. For Iowa, 1-15 against the spread as a favorite of 8 or more when they have revenge in the game. 1-15. Okay. Also, 0-10 against the spread when they're at home and they come into this game with 3 or more consecutive spread wins. And what's interesting about this? They've done it already this year. and they're already 0-1 this year. So they came into the season 0-9. They're now 0-10, meaning it's been a long time since Iowa has been able to cover 4 games in a row when that game is at home. So throw in the other one I just mentioned, everything else I just talked about, and I'll take Michigan State and the 17. Michigan is a 14-point favorite here, and we took Northwestern to pull off the upset last week as one of our double-digit calls. It did not happen, but as you saw the game, I mean, I don't know how Michigan won the game. I mean, really, I do, because they clearly were the better team, but they just played the worst possible game that they could have played and won. Where they had 5 turnovers, they missed a couple of field goals. I mean, it was not pretty. But I think it's important to note that, again, I have to remember because I have to sometimes remind myself, this is the youngest team in the conference. They've got their quarterback's a true freshman. Their top wide receivers are true freshmen. So they got young players all over the place. And this is what a young team will do when they're that talented, like some of these players are. They'll show you some good stuff during the game, but then they'll also make some critical mistakes. And that's really what's been happening. And it really happened all in one game last week, and they were very lucky to survive that. So I look at this game. There are a couple of things I look at this game with. I'm looking at either one of their best performances of the year, or an upset. But this is not a team you want to take as a heavy favorite. Okay, they have not been good in this role against power teams this year. This is not an old Michigan team that you can just put big numbers out and they're going to cover. Not their MO. But that's why I believe that if you're going to take them, you have to believe that they're going to have one of their top games of the year, being such a big favorite. And that's where I'm going to go with. Ohio State's on deck. And there is no way, especially, I mean, if anything, they'll look at this as, hey, we can't play like this. We got Ohio State coming up. We've got to quickly get this straightened out, or we'll be embarrassed at home against Ohio State playing like this. I think that will scare the shit out of them. And I think they're going to really come into this game fired up and focused. And again, it's the first time, I think, maybe all year, I'm taking Michigan in this role. So I just haven't been confident. That's why I took Northwestern to win the game last week. But that's my feeling. They've beaten Maryland 5 straight, 4-1, ATS at Maryland. So this has not been like a house of horrors or anything, even though there have been, some games that, especially the game when they won their national championship that season, they went into Maryland and the game was a lot closer than I really wanted it to be. That's for sure. Justice Hayes, will he return? That is going to be very important because I think it would be good for him to play before Ohio State, if he's going to play at all. I think he will. I just think it's kind of ironic that he's missed 3 out of his last 4 games. The only game he played is like he played like in the middle, and the only game he played was the rivalry game between Michigan State. And then he went out there and he had 26 carries and 152 yards and 2 touchdowns. Then we don't see him again for another couple of games. So I think it's possible that he's still, of course, recovering from the injury, but you don't want to put him in there in some of these games because if look, they could have won Northwestern, and I'm not saying that he was healthy, but I think he's at a point where if it's Ohio State, he's out there. He's going to give it his all. If it's Ohio State, he's out there. And that's why I wonder whether or not, I think I'd be a little bit concerned about his because even if he plays, how effective will he be? So I'd be a little bit concerned if he doesn't play this week, because I think it'd be important that he plays this week to get ready for Ohio State. And keep in mind, Jordan Marshall got banged up last week a little bit too. And that kid, smaller kid, but he's having another young kid, I think he's a sophomore, having a big season for Michigan, over 800 yards rushing and 10 touchdowns. So very similar to Haynes and his numbers. And Andrew Marsh, by the way, the true freshman, if you watched the game last week, you saw just how good he was. So, he's already got 37 receptions, and he hasn't even really been a focal point of the passing attack until like midseason. Maryland, meanwhile, they've lost 6 straight. Okay, so they need to win both of their games for bowl eligibility. They started the season 4-0, so it's not going to be very easy for them. They've got a true freshman. They got 2 freshmen against 2 freshmen at quarterback. So if anything, this is the perfect opportunity for Michigan to take advantage. Say, hey, we have a true freshman. We've had a lot of that true freshman stuff that, some of it's been good, but some of it's been, hey, he's a true freshman. But now we're going up against another true freshman quarterback who is not as talented as Bryce Underwood. But, Malik Washington is a decent young prospect. We'll see what kind of a career he has. I'm not sold on him myself, but hey, he did, he's part of 4 wins early. You got to give him that. But if you look at it in his last 4 games, and as the competition has stiffened and they get more film, he's only completed 51% of his passes, less than 200 yards passing a game, and a 3-5 touchdown to interception ratio. They've also dropped 3 straight by a 114-36 margin. So I'm going to take Michigan minus the 14. We talked about this game before. So again, I'm taking Nebraska. They've only been a road dog once, and that was last week in their win over UCLA. Penn State, even though they just covered as a favorite last week, so first time they've covered all season as a favorite. So I'm going to take Nebraska. I'm going to take the points, and I'm not ruling out the 3-1. I agree with Dylan. I think Penn State wins, but Nebraska covers. But again, I think the game will be close enough and competitive enough that 3-1 is not a bad risk at all. And a couple more games to go. Look, I don't know why this line is dropping. I've seen enough of this Wisconsin nonsense lately. I know they've covered their last 3, but the offense has done nothing. All right. So if you saw like some improvement on offense because you got we've struggled all year because we had a young quarterback, but now he's developing and the games are close. It's none of that. They're getting nothing out of their offense. Nothing. So the only thing this is there any motivation on some of these teams when they play Wisconsin when they look at the film? Is there really any motivation? Well, there should be if you're Oregon or Indiana. What about Illinois? I mean, Washington lost to Wisconsin. That was embarrassing. We talked about it last week. Jed Fish should be embarrassed to lose that game. Illinois, if you look at them, they've been really good in this role. Under Brett Bielema, they have covered all 5 as a road favorite. They're 2-0 in that role this year. Bielema, of course, former Wisconsin successful head coach, returned to Madison a couple of years ago with Illinois. I think they were like a 6-point dog, won the game. So he's talking about motivation. Is there going to be motivation for Illinois if they look at this film at Wisconsin this week? You bet you there's going to be motivation from Brett Bielema to win this game. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. Wisconsin's averaging 184 yards of offense in the last 5 games. 184. Even though they only trailed, as I mentioned before, Indiana 10-7 at the half last week, they had 168 yards the entire game. I don't know what to tell you. And matter of fact, Wisconsin has not had a game this season in Big Ten play where they've had over 300 yards total offense. All right. So that's not going to happen on Saturday night. But for Illinois, they got Northwestern at home next week. They're playing out the string. That there's not going to the playoffs or anything like that. But I think there'll be enough motivation for them to take care of Wisconsin and cover the 7.5. And then here you go with the last Big Ten game, former Pac-12 rivals, Washington and UCLA. And this is going to be one of my favorite top picks as well of the week. I am going to jump all over the Bruins. I just hope Nico plays. He got banged up with the concussion last week. It's still too early to let me see if I can pop up an update on Nico. Where do I've got it? Let's see. Let's see if I can put it here. UCLA. Let's see if we've got any update on Nico. Oh, look at this. James Madison head coach. Could be a UCLA head coach. That's nice. That'd be a nice hiring. And are they really talking about Jed Fish going to UCLA? I mean, Jed Fish better stay at Washington. If he leaves after leaving Arizona and leaves Washington after 2 years, he's going to be another one of those guys. All right, let's see. What do we got here? I don't know if I trust Clutch Points, but what do we got here? Okay, so today he is day to day. All right, I guess that's as good as you can expect. All right, so it's way too early in the week to determine whether Nico is going to play. But here's the deal. If he plays, the line will drop. Might even drop to 7, something like that. And I'm willing to take it right now. I am. Okay, because they just lost to Wisconsin. All right? They can't beat anybody on the road. Check this out. Washington, since becoming a Big Ten team, is 1-7 straight up, 0-8 against the spread as a Big Ten road team. I mean, they can't cover any team they're playing. They barely can beat any team on the road in the Big Ten. And yeah, I know UCLA is not a Big Ten team, but it is still a road game, and they have not been good on the road. They've also got Oregon next week. This game doesn't really mean anything. They're not going to the playoffs. This is a meaningless type of game. But they've got Oregon next week, and they got them at home. So right there, you could have a look-ahead situation as well. And then we'll throw in the fact that they've dropped 6 straight covers when they take on an opponent off of a straight-up favored loss, like UCLA, short favorite, lost to Nebraska last week. And even better, Washington is 1-9 straight up, 2-8 against the spread in their last 10 at UCLA. So they have just won 1 of 9 at Pasadena. And I'm getting 3-1, a little over 3-1 on the money line. On top of that, Luke Duncan, the sophomore quarterback who came in for Nico last week, it wasn't that bad. Again, they hung in there against Nebraska. It was not a bad game. He was 16 of 23, 154 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks. Not bad under the scenario. And to throw the cream on top of the ice cream or the cherry on top, not only is it a home finale, but this will be one of those, hey, one of our boys, one of the best players in the history of this program, passed away this past week. Let's go out there and win one for Kenny Easley, the enforcer, the Hall of Fame NFL defensive back who played with the Seattle Seahawks. I remember growing up, he was a player in my era as a young football fan. Tremendous player, record-setting. The reason this guy was awesome is because not only does he hold the record for interceptions at UCLA. I think he's got like 17, but he was also a very physical safety. I mean, you got the best of both worlds. You know, a guy that had the past. I mean, he was like a Ronnie Light. That's how good this kid was. So excellent. 19 interceptions, by the way. his program record at UCLA. So that's one of my double-digit money line plays for sure. May not be double-digit by the time we talk about it later in the week if Nico plays. Okay, let's talk about the ACC. And we have started it off with Florida State and North Carolina State. 4.5-point spread here. And I'm all over North Carolina State. Love the Wolfpack here. If you look at it, this is a team that has upset Georgia Tech at home. They did that just a couple weeks ago. They also beat Virginia at home early on this season. So it is quite possible Georgia Tech will play Virginia in the ACC championship game, and North Carolina State beat both of them at home. And so why am I going to be afraid of Florida State? Okay. Florida State is not only 0-3 straight up and against the spread on the road this year, but dating back to last year, 0-8 straight up, 1-7 against the spread on the road. This has been a bad road team, and they're giving 4.5. I can get close to 2-1 on the money line as well. Both teams need to win for bowl eligibility. North Carolina State will care about it more than Florida State, because Florida State, after beating Alabama and after that great start this year, had playoff aspirations. North Carolina State did not. Also, the Wolfpack have beaten Florida State 3 straight at home. So they've got the Noles number, and they have covered 8 of the last 9 at home against Florida State as well. And then we're going to throw some more cherry on the ice cream here. North Carolina State, 7-0-1 against the spread as an ACC home dog of 3 or more points. They are 1-0 this year in the roll when they upset Georgia Tech. So I'm all over NC State in this one. Miami, Virginia Tech, and you got a big line as well. It should be. And Miami has definitely got to have some of their mojo back. And I think we saw that last week. You know, Beck had a really good performance. And that's what they needed to kind of get him going again. Look, you saw the rankings; they're right there. They still have a chance. They still have work to do. They're going to need a little bit of luck with some losses from other teams. But hey, they've got that Notre Dame win in their back pocket. That is huge. And when you take a look at Virginia Tech, they now have a new head coach in James Franklin. That's nice, but he's not coaching there now. And this is a bad spot roll for Virginia Tech. They are 1-12 straight up and against the spread when they take on teams off of double-digit wins. So when teams are coming in playing good football against Virginia Tech, they don't respond to those teams very well. 1-12, and they're 0-3 in that role this year. So I'm taking Miami to rout Virginia Tech on Saturday. This is a really good game. SMU, let's pop up the ACC. Let's take a look at the standings. Why don't we? Okay. So here you go. Now, you've got Georgia Tech, Pittsburgh coming up. We're going to talk about them in a minute. And then you've got SMU against Louisville. Unfortunately, Louisville has now dropped to 3 losses, so they are out of it. Miami's still in it. Duke, that's a mirage. But SMU, huge game here against Louisville. We know Louisville is capable. Keep an eye on the injury update with Isaac Brown because, unfortunately, Louisville has dropped both of their games without Brown. And I have not seen anything updated. It's early in the week, so we'll see what happens there. Louisville has been a dog just once this season. Actually, was they only a dog once, or was that road dog? Let me see what role that was. Dog. So they've been a dog just once all season at Miami, and they beat Miami in that game. But Isaac Brown played, so that was a big deal. Okay, SME, meanwhile, they're 3-0 all-time against Louisville. And if you look at it, this is part of the reason why I really haven't bought into SMU like last year. And they are not going to win the ACC championship. I do not think that's going to happen. Look, I think anybody's capable, really, any of these teams except Duke. I'm not even going to put Duke in there. Any of those teams are capable of winning the conference championship, including SMU. But I wouldn't count on it. They're 2-3 straight up and against the spread, 1-4 in the stats versus non-losing teams this year. So, in other words, when they step up in competition, that's when they have not played their best football. That's where all their losses have come from. And now they take on a Louisville team that I'm sure they're still trying to find. Brom is trying to find something to motivate these kids who've got to be really low right now after just a couple of weeks ago feeling like they were one of the best teams in the ACC. And I hear, and I kind of felt the same way. Anyway, that's the one thing I would definitely be concerned with. What kind of motivation are they going to bring to the table? But I do think if they've got the motivation, I think if Isaac Brown does come back and play, I think they're a better team. I just do. I think they're better than SMU. But the question is, are they going to be there mentally? That's the thing. I don't know. One trend that does work heavily in favor of SMU. They're 10-1 ATS at home in conference games when they take on opponents with a win percentage of greater than 600. Okay, let's move on. Wake is a 17-point favorite over Delaware as they play outside the ACC. Hey, this is if you're going to play one of those games at outside conference at this time of year, hey, at least Wake picked a decent team. So Delaware has had a pretty nice season in their first season as an FBS, but this is their first game versus a winning Power 4 program as an FBS team. So this is a big step up now for Delaware. And Wake, they're not a high-powered offensive team. We get that. But Robbie Ashford played one of his best games of the season last week, and they're having a winning season. And I think considering this is a home finale for them, that'll be some motivation there. I think they should be able to take care of Delaware by more than 17. Duke and North Carolina. So we'll be talking about Duke and North Carolina hoops twice in a couple of months, and that's always fun. But for football, there's still a rivalry here. And both teams needing wins for bowl eligibility. Duke's got to get 1. North Carolina has to get 2. Duke will host Wake Forest next week. So either game, that's not going to be easy. North Carolina, meanwhile, will be at NC State next week. That won't be easy. So not sure either of these teams are going to go bowling. But, of course, Duke can get there with a win here this week. I don't think they're going to get it. I like North Carolina. I'm going to give him another week. They were a big letdown last week for me. I really felt that with Wake already bowl eligible and the way the defense had been playing, that and as weak as the Wake Forest passing game especially was, they haven't been getting anything out of that quarterback spot most of the season, that would be enough to keep North Carolina in the game. But they were never in the game. Well, they kind of were. They kind of were in the game. The problem was it was one of those games where it was field goals against touchdowns. That's what lost the game for them. Every time they got in position, they couldn't make the play to put the ball in the end zone, and they settled for field goals. So you had one team scoring touchdowns, the other scoring field goals, and there you go. Ashford had one of his better games, as I said, which was a big surprise to me based on the fact that North Carolina's defense had been real strong coming in. But, hey, that's the way it was last week. Now they're at home, rivalry game, and Duke is coming in 0-7 against the spread as a road favorite off of a double-digit straight-up loss, 0-7. They have not won at Chapel Hill since 2017. They're 0-3 since. I'll take North Carolina. I'll also take the money line at 2-1. This is a big line, and I don't like to take these lines very often, but I'm going to take it this week. I'll take Notre Dame minus the 35. Syracuse is, I mean, look, we've talked about their backup quarterback situation this season is one of the worst in all of Power 4. It could be the worst. It is that bad. So, I don't even know if this team would have any wins if they had, say, gone into the season with the same quarterbacks they have now, ever since their starter went down earlier this season. Don't forget, this team beat Clemson on the road. That's how good the young Notre Dame transfer was playing for Syracuse until the injury. But as soon as he got injured, this offense has gone nowhere with these quarterbacks. Checking out a Notre Dame team that did what they had to do last week, as we said, beat Penn State, and that's it. They're in the playoffs. Now Notre Dame's in the playoffs because they have Syracuse and Stanford. It couldn't get any easier for Notre Dame. They're in the playoffs. And I'm happy because, like I said a few weeks ago, I put nice money on them to win the championship. So, but it's a big line now at 35. I still think, look, I don't know how long they're going to keep their starters in, but I can see this game at 35-0 at halftime. And then even in the second half with their backups in, they should be fine and be able to take care of business. This is still, remember, a team that has covered now 19 of 22 against ACC teams. 19 of 22. This has been dating back since 2021. They're 2-1 in that role this year. They beat Pitt last week, don't forget, of course, to add to that list. And a nice little trend works for them, too. They've covered 9 straight when they take on an opponent coming off a bye. Syracuse, meanwhile, coming off a bye, is just 1-7 in their last 8, 0-1 in that role already this year. So that kind of works also for Notre Dame. It's also a home finale for Notre Dame. So, a lot of players will not be, actually, a lot of players will be playing there for the last time, including one of the best running backs they've ever had in Jeremiah Love. So Notre Dame, 35-point favorite. I'll go ahead and give the 35. Now, we come up with the major game of the ACC this week with Georgia Tech, a 2-point favorite at home against Pitt. And I think this is exactly the type of game that you want to be taking Georgia Tech. It's been obvious this season watching them play that there's certain games you take them, certain games you don't. They're not very good in a heavy favorite role. But what they are good at is as a dog or, in my mind, a disrespected favorite. This game should not be just a 2-point number. Georgia Tech's had a very strong year. Pitt has had, a very surprising run since the freshman quarterback Heinzel came in. But keep this in mind. Pittsburgh has been very fortunate based on the schedule. They've only had 2 games when they played winning teams this year. 2. Louisville and Notre Dame. And they lost them both. Okay, they lost Louisville, I think, by a touchdown earlier this year. And then it might have been the last game, too, before Heinzel took over. And then they got beat up by Notre Dame last week. So reality set in for Pittsburgh. Hey, it's nice running this little run and everything, but who'd you play? You didn't play anybody, but hey, nice. You did what you're supposed to do. You got wins. You go to a bowl. And there's still hope that they can be in the ACC championship game. But I don't see it personally. I think Georgia Tech is a better team than Pittsburgh, and they're at home. Pittsburgh also 1-10 against the spread in their last 11 as a road dog of 2 or more since 2019. What was the one win? Florida State this year. What does that mean? That can mean one of 2 things. One, well, they're a different team this year. Scrap that. Or 2, all right, well, they got 1. Now you know what's going to happen because the averages based on this trend says, well, they're not going to get another one. But anyway, just figured I'd throw that in there. Another thing that does work for Pitt is the road team in this series has a 4-0 straight up and against the spread mark in the last 4. And so that would definitely, of course, favor Pitt. Keeping in mind, this is the ACC finale for Georgia Tech. So this is it for Georgia Tech. they win. And again, let's pop up the standings. You can see there are other one-loss teams, of course, but that puts him in a great spot. SMU next week. Where's SMU? They'll be at Cal, and we know that game. I'll tell you right now. And I already I said this already. I don't think SMU is going to win the ACC championship, but I don't think they're getting there. They're going to lose either this week or next week at Cal. So I'm going to eliminate SMU. And then you've got Virginia, and Virginia is off this week. So they only have one more game left, and that's against their rivals, Virginia Tech, which, by the way, the Hokies have dominated that series against Virginia. But this is the first time, I think, maybe during the entire run that Virginia Tech's been on, that Virginia's actually had the clear better team. Okay. So basically, what it means if Georgia Tech wins, they're eliminating Pitt by beating them, and they would clinch as long as SMU or Virginia lost one game out of the 3 combined games that they're playing. So that's what that means. That's how big it is for Georgia Tech to finish off Pitt, which I am enthusiastically behind them in doing. And a lot of that also has to do with the fact that since Key's taken over this franchise, this program, especially since King's been there, since last year, I've had a lot of good fortune financially with this Georgia Tech team, and all of it has come when they've been either these short favorites or a dog. So, all right, Cal Stanford. Here's a rivalry game. And you've got the numbers now moved up to 3. So I think that's normal, because I actually was a little bit surprised it was only 2. Cal's already bowl eligible. They had the big upset, of course, a couple of weeks ago against Louisville. They have beaten Stanford the last 4 years, all 4, 3-1 ATS, and they've won 3 straight at Stanford. So all that says, take Cal. I also think it's clear who the better team is. That's Cal. This is a rivalry game, so you know you're going to get the best out of both teams, which is another reason I like Cal, because they're not looking past Stanford for any reason. This is it for them. You know, they've got 2 big games. They got Stanford, and they've got a SMU team that's looking to go to the championship game. So they've got games. They're motivated, and I think they're going to be. This is definitely the way to go. There is one trend that is working for Stanford. They are 6-0-1 against the spread when they have rest, taking on an opponent off a straight-up dog victory like Cal with their upset win over Louisville. But what matters more to me, Cal, Stanford, rivalry. Cal has owned it lately. The last 4 years, like I said, and the last 3 at Stanford. So I'm over Cal. I like them as one of my top plays as well, and that's the ACC. Okay, let's go to the Big 12 and taking a look at the Big 12. Start off with Kansas and Iowa State. Let's take a look at the standings in the Big 12. Where are they? Okay, let's take a look at the Big 12 standings. Texas Tech, you know they're going to go to the championship game. That's clear. They are not having to worry about any sort of tough competition. They got the week off this week, and then they're going to – who are they? Who's that last game against? West Virginia. So, you know they're going to be fine. Okay, so – meanwhile, BYU, what a big response from BYU last week. Major response, just blowing out TCU. That's what you want to see after the first loss of the season. So that was so impressive. Utah, Houston, Arizona State, and Cincinnati still have a shot, but they need BYU to get beat. And one of those opportunities comes this week when they take on Cincinnati. So let's get right into the Big 12 schedule. Iowa State is a 4-point home favorite, home finale for the Cyclones. Kansas has upset Iowa State the last 3 years. So Kansas is looking to pull off a 4th straight upset against Iowa State. If you look at it, they're actually playing pretty good coming in. After the loss to the really bad loss to Kansas State, their rivals, they have now outgained their last 2 teams, including Arizona a couple of weeks ago, coming off a bye, Kansas. And that was a late touchdown by Arizona as well. So you got a Kansas team too, coming off a bye. They've covered 5 straight off a bye. So Leipold has got this team playing good off the byes. So far, there's some really good positive things. Kansas is also looking for 1 win to go bowl eligible. They've got to host Utah next week. So you know how tough it's going to be to get bowl eligible next week. So this is the week they want to take care of business. Iowa State's already bowl eligible. Iowa State doesn't have anything to play for, really. Okay. If you look at it, though, and also, I told you Kansas has outgained their last 2 teams. Well, Iowa State's been outgained in their last 2, even though they had the upset win against TCU last time out. Well, they kind of stole that one. They were down, I think they were down something like a little over 7 points, a couple scores, touchdown, hold, punt return, touchdown. And that's it. They won. That's how they escaped with the win over TCU. And if you look at it, in the last 2 games that they've been outgained by close to 300 yards total. So yeah, not very good. But I mean, they are very well coached by Matt Campbell. They're very tough to beat at home under Matt Campbell. They've also covered 9 straight games following an upset victory. 9 straight. So that's a good trend to back them up with. And on the flip side, Kansas is 0-10-2 against the spread when they take on a team with a win percentage of 400 or better coming off a bye. That's a pretty big number. But I'm going to go ahead and still side with Kansas. I'm a big Leipold guy. They've had a tough road last year. They weren't able to get in. They got off to a slow start. Their quarterback got banged up. Quarterback came back, Daniels. They made a run. They had some big wins late in the season, but it was too late. They couldn't win them all. This year, they're in position. They've got 5 wins. They nearly beat Arizona. Like I said, they seemed to outplay them, but they lost in the last minute. Couldn't get that done. Now they get a chance here to get it done against an Iowa State team. That's, I think, right for the upset. And I think that's the way it will go. So I'm going to take Kansas plus the 4.5. Arizona is a 6-point favorite against Baylor. And Arizona, we talked about what happened a couple weeks ago in their come from behind win against Kansas. Well, they followed that up with the best win of the season. They went to Cincinnati as a touchdown dog, and they beat the Bearcats. And they beat them from start to finish. It was a close game, but they were the better team last week. And that was the best win in Brennan's 2 years for Arizona. Huge win. So is it a hangover? Is it a sandwich hangover? They've got their rivals next week, Arizona State. They are not going to the Big 12 championship. That's not going to happen. So that could happen. I would definitely be a little bit concerned about that, especially since Baylor needs the win. They got to get a win. They've got Houston at home next week, so they got a couple of chances to do it. If you look at it, though, not really a good roll for them. 1-5 straight up, 2-4 against the spread as a conference road dog since last season. But on the other side, Arizona 0-6 against the spread as a home favorite of 3 or more following back-to-back straight up wins. So, yeah, this is a tough one, but it is a home finale. They're playing their best football of the year, as I said. Baylor is kind of not. I mean, I thought last week if there was going to be a week that they were going to be able to salvage their season with something, that would have been the game to do it last week. Couldn't do it. I mean, statistically, they moved the ball, but there's typical Baylor. Just couldn't make big plays. And they got blown out at home by Utah when it was all said and done. So I am concerned in that respect how Baylor will react in this one. But I think I'd be more concerned with Arizona in the fact that if I knew they needed the game for any reason, I'd be all over them. This would be one of my top plays of the week. But I am concerned about the big win last week, Arizona State next week. But I'm still taking Arizona minus the 6. Utah is really keeping their fingers crossed that they can find a way to sneak into the Big 12 championship game. It's not going to be easy because even if they can get BYU to lose one of those games, it's all of a sudden going to be a crapshoot because I don't know. Nobody knows what the tiebreaker is going to hold, at least the first one. But what could happen is with a bunch of teams there, if there are 4 or 5 teams in a tiebreaker, one of those tiebreakers could be which team is more highly ranked. And in that case, Utah would be in really good shape. So they're a 17-point favorite here now, up from 16. And I look, in my mind, you can't take Kansas State. You either take Utah or don't touch the game. Utah has been way too good at home. They're playing another team that has never been there. You know, it is such a tough environment to play in. We've said it all year, and they just keep blitzing teams. As you know, Cincinnati was on a major roll, blitzed them, and they had not been at Utah before. Same thing for Kansas State. And here's a Wildcat team is also 1-8-2 against the spread on the road when they take on a team with a win percentage of 700 or better in conference play. They're 0-1 in that role this year. That was the Texas Tech game. They followed up that Texas Tech blowout loss to play a winless FBS team, because Oklahoma State has only one FCS win this year, a winless FBS team. They trailed Oklahoma State 6-0 in the second quarter. And they beat them by what was it? A score, something like that. It was not a good win for Kansas State last week against Oklahoma State. And they're 1-4 straight up and against the spread versus winning teams this year. So remember the start they got off to. This has not been a good year for them. I think the Texas Tech game, was like the last straw of momentum because there was still hope that they were going to find a way to make something out of the season. And then that loss and then the Oklahoma State game, kind of sleptwalk through that one. And then they got to go to this buzzsaw in Utah and play the Utes. So I think they could be in big trouble here. For Utah, their last 3 home games, okay, since the Texas Tech loss, winning all 3 straight up and against the spread by a 140-31 margin. So again, I think Utah's the play. And if you don't want to take Utah because of the points, I wouldn't touch the game. Speaking of Oklahoma State, for the very first time this year, I'm going to take the Cowboys. Okay. So I'm looking at this as also a double-digit upset play. So I hope I'm not embarrassed. I probably will be. But this is one of those games I think it's worth a try. And the reason, okay, one, they have not beaten an FBS team all year. So there's got to be some motivation for that. They will host Iowa State in their last game next week. More importantly, a couple of reasons. If you look at Oklahoma State, they have a young quarterback, Zane Flores, and he's coming off his best consecutive games of the season. Now, he started earlier in the year, had typical problems for a young quarterback. But a couple of changes happened at Oklahoma State. I talked to Scott Wright, who is our main analyst for Oklahoma State, for the Oklahoman. And we talked about or I asked him to fill in exactly what it was that has changed recently for Oklahoma State. The reason where it looks like they're starting to play a little bit better. And he talked about not only is the offensive line started to pick things up, but the change in the play calling. They made a change in late October with the play callers. And so the new play caller, who's done a much better job, actually, it was early October. The new play caller, Kevin Johns, apparently has just been a better scheme fit. And this is something that happens all the time. But it seems like a really better fit for Flores, and it showed because if you look at it, he starts the season off slow, not playing well at all. Then he doesn't play for 3 games. And then the last 2 games, and this happens a lot. I talk about this all the time. And it happens in the NFL a lot. Look at Bryce Young as an example most recently. Sometimes it's better when these kids, when they play and then they come back out and they sit on the sideline, whether they're benched or there's an injury, they refocus themselves about, hey, now I know what it's like to be out there. Now I'm going to take a look from this way again. And then when I get back out there, I'm going to be better for it. And that seems to be what's helping Flores a little bit. Last week, remember I mentioned the Kansas State game. They outgained Kansas State in the game. Outgained them. The first time they have outgained an FBS opponent all season. All right. So, and they've only gained one team, and that was the FCS team. On the flip side, Central Florida, who needs 2 wins for bowl eligibility, but they're not going to get it because they're going to BYU next week. Since their last bye, in their last 3 games, since the bye, 0-3, straight up against the spread and in the stats by a 108-39 margin. So whatever happened in the last several games since the bye, it hasn't been happening. This team has gone the opposite direction. The average yards in those games, 449 to 245. So they're being out yardaged by 200 yards, basically, a game. They're 1-6 straight up, 2-5 against the spread in the Big 12 this year. And they're 1-8 against the spread versus an opponent coming off a straight up road loss. So I'm taking Oklahoma State. I'm taking the 14, and I'm going to go ahead and roll the dice on the money line. Here you got Houston as a 1.5-point favorite at home against TCU. There's been a little murmurs about Sonny Dykes because things haven't really been going all that great recently. But look, I think this all depends on exactly where TCU believes their program should be. Remember, Dykes took this team to a championship game a few years ago, and that has to count for something. So I don't think he's going to lose his job this year. I just think, depending on how the rest of the season goes, he might go into next year needing a big season. And again, we see what's going on here. It just doesn't matter what kind of records you have, what kind of resume you have. You're not going to keep jobs anymore in college football if you don't have a good run of a couple of years. That's all it takes now. Sometimes just a year. And again, it doesn't matter who you are. TCU dominated this series going into last year. They had won 9 straight against Houston. Houston beats them. So they snapped the 9-game winning streak. But what that tells you is TCU has pretty much owned this series for a while, and they're getting 1.5 points in this game. You can see why. They're 1-3 straight up, 0-4 against the spread on the road versus Big 12 teams. The only win was the West Virginia win by 6 as a 16-point home favorite. But Houston, not a good roll for them. 2-10 against the spread in their last 12, coming off of a bye. 0-1 already this year. 0-10 against the spread at home versus an opponent coming off a loss by more than 10. So that's a combined 2-20 against the spread for Houston, an 8-2 team that will take on Baylor next week to round out the season. And we showed you the schedule. We'll pop that back up again. There you go. So you see they're one same Utah, ASU, since Houston's right in the mix for the opportunity to get into the championship game. But we're taking TCU in this one. I just, they've lost a couple in a row, and I think they'll put an end to that. And I just think, look, I just admire Willie Fritz as a coach. I really do. But I don't know. I kind of think he's gotten the most out of this team already. Big game here. Big game. BYU Cincinnati, game of the week in the Big 12. And I don't know how many of you were with me in the beginning of the season. Probably not many, but we did a preseason show where we went over everything in college football. We went over every conference. We had official sleepers, long shots, our picks. So, it's there. If you want to take a look at our record, you could just take a look at the preseason preview show. For the Big 12, our official sleeper was BYU. Our official long shot pick was Cincinnati. And here they are playing each other, both with a chance to go to the Big 12 championship. So this has been a success story for us so far this season in this conference. But I'm taking BYU. Cincinnati, a big letdown for me last week. I really thought they would respond after the loss to Utah, the time off, the re-energize, get going again. Couldn't do it. It was a bad loss for them. I kind of think they choked a little bit as well. And that is their 6th loss by 7 or less since last year. 2 of them this year. Meanwhile, BYU did respond. Unlike Cincinnati, the Cougars, similar situation. Cincinnati blown out on the road. How did they respond? They didn't. Touchdown favorite, they lost. BYU blown out on the road. What do? The very next week, they didn't need an extra week. The very next week, they come back, and what do? They have one of their best games of the year. Might have been their best game. And they took care of business quickly in dispatching TCU. And that tells me all I want to know about these two teams. That BYU is the better team. Don't care where the game is. They've never lost to Cincinnati. They're 3-0. Straight up ATS all time versus the Bearcats. I'm taking BYU as one of my top plays of the week. And then we rounded out in the Big 12 with Arizona State and Colorado. And it's been a really tough season for Dion and the Buffaloes. So it's their home finale. This is a tough one to call because Arizona State's still hanging in there. That's because they have a heck of a coach. Even without their star quarterback Levitt, they're still able to hang in there, and they've won a couple of games. But they are 1-7-1 against the spread when they're a road favorite of less than 7. 0-1 in that role this year. Now the line is 7, so keep that in mind depending on where it goes the rest of the week. More importantly, Jordan Tyson, who's been banged up, he's got a bad hamstring, didn't play in the game last week. He is iffy this week too. Of course, Arizona State still has a chance for a championship game. They need help, but they still have a chance. And they've got a very manageable situation this week. And I kind of feel Tyson is looking right now like he's going to be a top 10 draft pick. Micaiah Lemon, Tyson, these are going to be 2 of the best receivers that are going to get drafted early. And I just got to feel that it's possible that you might be better off just saving it for next week. Rest it for another week. It's Colorado. I say to yourself, if we can't beat Colorado, even without Tyson, then come on. So that might be the way they go, but it all depends. We'll see how he feels. So that'd be a big loss if he's not in there. I'm not saying this game was easy. It's 7 as should be. But check this out. Colorado 0-10 against the spread off back-to-back straight-up ATS losses when they take on an opponent of back-to-back straight-up wins. 0-10. Julian Lewis, the freshman quarterback, does look promising, though. So you got to keep, that's important. Another one of these young quarterbacks that is starting to grow as the season goes on. He had his best game in the loss to West Virginia last week. 299, 2 touchdowns. And it was his first start. So so that's tricky when you have a young quarterback that's developing. Colorado, if you look at it, though, in Big Ten play this year, just 1-6 straight up, 2-5 against the spread, and 0-7 in the stats. So not very good at all. But there's a lot of question here. Again, can Arizona State win 3 in a row with Jeff Sims at quarterback and without Jordan Tyson? I don't know. But they are playing Colorado, and they've had a pretty bad season. So there you go. That's the Big 12, meaning that is it for the Power 4. Let's talk some Group of 5 football now. Okay, let's pop up the standings. Okay, here we go. So, can't believe South Florida lost that game. Actually, I can. As soon as they got behind when they did, I already had a bad feeling because that's what Navy does to you. That's what Navy does to you. You know, when you got to go to Navy, they're that type of program, and it wasn't the offense. But if you can't stop their offense, if for whatever reason your defense is just not capable of stopping the triple option, you're in trouble, and you don't know it until you play it. And once you saw that was not working with them, you knew there was going to be a long day, and they couldn't stop them. The offense was fine. They just couldn't stop them. And it's just amazing how they can go from 1 week being the favorite to go to the playoffs. And the fucked up thing for Bulls fans, and I feel sorry for them, the really thing that sucks is that they just had to beat Navy. That's it. Because these next 2 teams they're playing aren't even worth anything to them. I mean, they win with their blindfolded. They just had to beat Navy, and they couldn't do it after the season they had. And don't forget, they had the double-digit lead at Memphis, too. That's the game that fucked it all up for them. They were riding high, playing great. Don't forget, this team buried North Texas on the road. Everybody's talking about North Texas and they buried them on the road during that win streak. And they take the lead against Memphis, and everything's looking great, and they let it get away. And that's disappointing. It really is. I thought it would have been a lot of fun, and I think it would have been a really capable playoff team. So, we'll see if we, let's see what else pops up here. Because I'll be honest, even James Madison, as much as, yes, they were my preseason pick and all, and they're number 1 again in my mind, and that's great. But, even James Madison, I just don't think that realistically that they're better than South Florida. I still think South Florida is the most talented team in this conference. And they proved it earlier this year with their wins against Florida and Boise. But hey, it's what happens. You got to live and learn. And, they're going to have Byron Brown back again next year. So, maybe next year is the year. For the rest of the conference, let's go into the games and see what we got. Because as you can see, it's down to the 4 teams: Navy, Tulane, North Texas, and East Carolina. I mean, South Florida's still in it, but they need a prayer. So let's go through it, starting with Tulsa Army. And I actually going to take Tulsa here. Baylor Hayes is a young freshman quarterback that looks like he's a keeper. And by the way, how is this kid not quarterback at Baylor. But maybe he still will be. Anyway, they've been playing better lately. I don't know if you recall, but it was seemed like 2 months ago because it was. But we did take Tulsa as one of our double-digit upset wins, and it was one of our top upset pick wins of the year. We've had a few big ones. We had Northwestern, we had Cal, and we had Tulsa, but even after that, it was his first year for the new head coach, and I think he's done a solid job. I think there's a lot to be excited about Tulsa, and I think that they finally have some direction and something to look forward to. That next season, we've got a good young quarterback to develop as well. The running back, Dominic Richardson, who is a senior, he's had some good games this year. He had 166 last week and 146 in the win against Oklahoma State. So he's come up big when they've won their big games, big upsets this week, or big games, because Oregon State wasn't an upset really. But now they're playing Army. Obviously, they're stepping up here on the road. But keep in mind, Army has been outgained in the last 3 games. They are 0-2 against the spread as a home favorite, 2-7 against the spread the last 9 as a home favorite. It's a 10-point number. Tulsa's coming off the win. Like I said, they're playing better. Actually, if you look at it, their last 3 games, they have the overtime loss to Temple. They went for 2, didn't get it, and they didn't have to go for 2 in that spot. But they went for the win, didn't get it, lose the game to Temple. Comes back, loses to FAU, but then comes right back and beats Oregon State. And they outgained those last 2 teams, FAU and Oregon State. So we got the 2-point conversion fail, upset chance, outgain FAU, lose, outgain and win Oregon State. So they're playing their best football of the year. Army, meanwhile, needs a win for bowl eligibility. They will be at UTSA next week. And, of course, they round up with Navy, meaning this is their best chance because those are going to be really tough games for them. I don't know if I'm going to call this an upset. I do like Tulsa and the points. I think Army will, like they normally do, Army finds ways to win games like this, and I suspect they will find a way as well. Moving on. Yeah, we don't have to talk about Florida UAB. Connecticut, this is a game worth mentioning. It's a 7-point line. Season finale for the Huskies. Keep that in mind. But they're coming off their best wins of the year. Big wins, Duke, Air Force, all that. Got up for them, big, all that. Now they're on the road. Season's over. They'll go to a bowl. This is it. And to them, this is a step down from those 2 teams because it is. Those were, more quality programs than FAU. And plus they're going on the road. And that's the trick because UConn is 2-3 straight up, 1-2-2 against the spread on the road. They have been upset by Delaware, 8-point road favorite, and Rice as a 10-point road favorite. They also kicked FAU's ass last year, and that was a pick 'em. So I think FAU may want to exact some revenge there. Also, FAU still playing for something. Zach Kitley's first season, like Tulsa, they're playing their best football of the year. If you look at it, they outgained Tulane last week. That's pretty impressive. Even though they lost, they had 4 turnovers, made it easy for Tulane, but they did outgain them. They also covered at Navy, and that was a home game. No, they covered at Navy, excuse me. And then they beat Tulsa at home, which I mentioned just before. And that game was in between the Tulane Navy game. So they lose the Tulane game last week when they outgained them. They lost to Navy, but covered. And in between, they were at home and they took care of Tulsa by 19, winning that game convincingly. So it's their best run of the season. And this is what you want to see when you are a first-year coach. You want your team to be playing their best towards the end of the season. Now, it looks like what FAU is doing right now. And that's why UConn team is vulnerable in this spot already this year. And I think this is worth a money line play as well. FAU wraps up their season. If they win this week for a bowl, unfortunately, it's at home against East Carolina. Speaking of the Pirates, they are a now 2.5-point favorite at Texas San Antonio. So this is a real interesting game to break down because East Carolina is clearly playing their best football this season. They had the monster win with their first big win over a quality team over the past couple of years. I mean, the North Carolina State Bowl win was huge, but that was a 500 team. It was just huge because it was a rivalry type game in a way, even though North Carolina State doesn't look at it as a rivalry. So that was big too. But really what's working for East Carolina, they've won 4 straight. Hauser, the quarterback, in his last 4 in those games, he's completed 64%, 278 yards a game with a 7-1 TD interception ratio. Running back Landon Montgomery is only a sophomore, and he's had almost 100 yards a game during those 4, averaging 5.8 a carry, 5 touchdowns with 1 touchdown minimum a game during that stretch. And Anthony Smith, Yannick Smith, and Brock Spalding are all providing Hauser with the necessary receivers to get things going in the passing game. So the question is, after the big win against Memphis, is there going to be some sort of a letdown here? Is there going to be some pressure now in East Carolina? There was no pressure on them last week. Now the pressure's on them. Now they're right in the mix like everyone else. They're a favorite. They're supposed to win. And more importantly, they go to Texas San Antonio. And under Jeff Traylor, they are 17-4 straight up. The last 5 years under Traylor at home. It should be not at home in November. 17-4 in November, the last month of the season. They're playing. They play their best football last month of the season with Jeff Traylor as the head coach. So, and maybe more convincingly, if you want to take a look at Texas San Antonio this week, quarterback Owen McCown, okay, 3-1 at home this year. This is their 5th home game. In the previous 4 home games for McCown, he's got a 74% completion percentage. He's averaging 267 yards a game with a 13-0 touchdown to interception ratio. So he's been a monster at home this year for Texas San Antonio. And that's basically been the deal this year when you're taking on this team. You want to play them at home. You play them at home, you got to win. You play them at road, you're in trouble. So that's where East Carolina is right now. And that's why the line's 2. And that's why this is going to be a really tough game. Look, it's Tuesday, so it's early. And I might change my mind later in the week. But I don't know. Right now, I'm kind of feeling Texas San Antonio. Because I don't know. East Carolina, I think it's a great story. I love what they're doing. I love, the coach has been fantastic since he took over late last year. It's a nice story. It's fun to root for them, a program like East Carolina. And I hope they win. I think it'd be nice, just like I rooted for Texas San Antonio a few years ago when he had that run. But I don't know. This is a big ask. It's just getting to the point now where how good are they? How good are they? I don't know. Like I said, maybe later in the week I'll change my mind because there's talent there, and someone's got to represent the AAC. And I look. I took East Carolina in the game against Tulane last month. That's how I felt about East Carolina. They let me down. They lost that game, and then since then, I think that was the last game they lost. So that's good. because I look at the rest of the conference without South Florida, and the one team that is playing right now the best, or the two teams that are playing the best, are North Texas and East Carolina. So maybe that's what we get. But I don't know if we're going to get that if East Carolina loses. Look, we don't know what's going to happen if a bunch of these teams wind up losing and getting upset. And all of that is possible. Okay, because all of these teams have warts. But hey, you want to just be hot at the right time. Right now, East Carolina is definitely hot. Okay. Next up. Tulane, another one of these teams in contention. 8.5, 8. I'm taking Temple in this one. I don't know if I'll go with the money line, but I'm taking Temple. The thing I'm a little bit concerned with, though, is that when they have stepped up and had to play the better teams on their schedule, they have been overwhelmed. Whether it's Oklahoma, Georgia Tech, East Carolina. They did well, though, against the service academies. They come really close to beating both Navy and Army. Matter of fact, they should have beaten Navy. I still can't. If you go back, watch the end of that game against Navy, and you'll see what I'm saying. When I don't know how they lost that game. And they also beat Texas San Antonio at home. I'm sure if they would have been on the road, they would have lost by 40. But they had them at home and they beat them. So they've had good moments, but the teams that are better, the Oklahoma, Georgia Tech, and East Carolina, they were just outclassed. But coming off, I think they're coming off a bye, Temple. No, they had the Army loss last week. But more importantly, they are in their final home game. And we talked about this last couple of weeks when we looked at the schedule ahead. And remember, I said, Temple's that one team that if there's going to be a shot at a team that's going to ruin it for a team or two, or at least one team, it's Temple. Because Temple was still on the board with Tulane and with North Texas. Now, the North Texas game is on the road next week. So this is their best chance. And I do not see a big difference. I just don't. Between Tulane, East Carolina, North Texas. And give it to Navy. As long as Navy's at home, they're going to be dangerous against anybody that's remaining in that AAC. But on the road, that would be different. Navy's actually, who are they? What is their next upcoming games? Navy. Where is Navy? Who are they playing this week? Are they off this week? Where is Navy? No, I guess they're off this week. What's up with Navy? Yeah, I guess they had their bye come this week. Let's see. Navy. Okay. So after this week's bye, they are at Memphis. And the Army game is not a conference game. I don't know why, but it's not. So keep an eye on that. That is, again, made now Memphis out of it. Don't have a shot. But that's a road game. And I would suspect Memphis would be able to beat them. So if that were to happen and Navy were to lose, and let's say you got 2 losses there for Navy, this is the game that Tulane, if they're going to lose, this is it. Because Tulane will host Charlotte next week. And Charlotte's the worst team in the conference. So that's it. This is it for Tulane. Beat Temple, and you are in great shape. And look, I already see the 24 by Tulane, meaning the rankings have been out and updated, and it's been Tulane. See, this is so typical, though, because all that is name recognition. That's all that is. It's Tulane. They've been the better team the last few years, so we're going to give it to them, even though there is no doubt. I have no doubt in my mind that North Texas, East Carolina, Tulane, you put them in a basket, even with South Florida and Memphis, put them all in a basket, and any of them can win. Any of them. They're all the same type. They all have same chances. But no, Tulane's going to get the benefit of the doubt because of the name recognition. But they still have to take care of Temple. And now that they're ranked, that puts them in a great opportunity. I have to see whether or not, let me just quickly take a look at the Sun Belt to see if they ranked James Madison. And they didn't. So typical. What does James Madison have to do to get ranked? Okay. So I'm telling you, it's going to be tough for James Madison. But if Temple knock off Tulane, okay, I suspect Memphis will beat Navy. Puts 2 losses. And East Carolina's got a tough one on Saturday. And let's say they lose to Texas San Antonio. 2 losses. Now, I think North Texas will be fine. We're going to get to them in a second. Barring a major upset, North Texas, a championship game, and then it becomes a tiebreaker. And again, I don't know how it would work out between Navy, Tulane, East Carolina, and South Florida. Which again, I still think South Florida is in a bad position for what I've heard regarding the tiebreaker situations. But, it still would have to involve upsets, which I think is going to happen. Now, I don't know what, again, I don't care. I'm not being biased towards a team with the upsets, but I just think that it's obvious, as I said, if Tulane's going to get upset, it's going to be this week. They're not getting upset. And I think, look, it would be a lot easier for everybody in a way if North Texas would, because North Texas has Rice this week and then Temple at home. So it's really set up. If Tulane can take care of Temple and North Texas wins their games the way they should, then you got Tulane and North Texas probably in the championship game, probably. But again, East Carolina has something to say as well. And then I think Navy's out of it with the loss next week. So it's probably looking more like East Carolina, even though, again, East Carolina has the toughest game out of the 3 between Tulane, East Carolina, and North Texas. So, this is just a black and white situation. It's like, okay, Tulane will take care of these teams, and North Texas will take care of their teams, and they'll play in the championship game. But it's never that easy. So I'm expecting some more turmoil. And again, maybe that opens the door for James Madison, but maybe it still won't. So I think Temple will cover, and I think they're not a bad money line option. Don't forget, it's first season under Tretter. We mentioned them in the early part of the season as in our preseason as one of those teams. I don't know if we actually officially labeled them a long shot. We might have. I don't remember. Not to win the conference, but just to have a better season than people thought, like a bowl season like this. And it's right there. But they have to pull off a big win. And we'll see if they can get it done. And then here's North Texas, heavy favorite. And you can see why. They've won and covered their last 4 this year by a 193-78 margin. 193-78. They've also beaten Rice 6 out of 7, covering 4 out of 7. And if you look at Rice, they are coming off a bye, so they have a time to prepare for this one. There's a couple of things. Well, one pro, one against. On the pro side for Rice, they are 9-3 in their last 12 as a home dog. Don't forget they upset UConn this year when we had them in that one. And that was their lone home dog cover, though, this year. They're 1-2. They also upset Lafayette, by the way. Where's that one? That was on a road? Lafayette game. It's been a really disappointing year for them. I know they had the injury to their quarterback earlier this season. That threw a really bad... Yeah, it's on the road. Week 1. Okay. But also, if you look at Rice, check out these bad losses. They lost 61-13 at UTSA and 38-14 to Memphis at home. So they have been blown out versus really good teams like North Texas. So that's why this is a scary proposition for Rice. I think this is one of those games, though, that, look, I mean, yes, is North Texas playing their best football of the year? Absolutely, which would make you feel that to just keep playing like you've been playing and you blow out Rice. But now there's going to be something called pressure on a team like North Texas. This is where we get to this part of the season where you've got to look at these games, especially you have to try to take advantage of these big dogs. The hard part is finding out which ones to take advantage of. Because this game would seem like an obvious, well, this ain't going to be the one. And I could completely see that being the case. And you turn the game on Saturday night, and it's North Texas 35-7 in the second quarter. I'm sure that's more than likely going to be the case. But when there's pressure involved in these types of games, that's when everything changes. And forget about the fact that, let's say, in the first half, something happens where there's a couple turnovers, or Rice happens to just play their best half of the season, and it's a game. And now North Texas is going in the second half with a load of pressure. We can't lose this game. If we lose this game, this could be the season. So, and these kids are not used to being in this spot. So you got to look out for these types of potential upsets. Again, it's tough for me to call an upset here with Rice. It really is. But they've been good in this role before. As I said, 9-3 in the last 12. New coaching staff, but they've picked up where the old coaching staff left off. And I don't know. I'm thinking this, it's look, they're at South Florida next week. So they're not winning that game. This is another team like Temple, big dog against a team that is trying to go to the championship game in the AAC. And these teams, Rice and Temple, need the wins for bowl. They need these games. These are big games for this. Isn't, we just try to upset a team. This is, we got to get this win to go to a bowl. And Rice and Temple, these are not programs that go to bowls every year. So, it may not be a bad idea to do Rice and Temple. And you get one out of those two, and you're up. Okay. Let's move on. That's it for the AAC. Let's talk some Mountain West. Let's have some fun with the Mountain West. We'll start with Hawaii, but before we start with Hawaii, let's take a look at the standings, because San Diego State got right back up on the horse after their blowout at Hawaii to drop their first conference game a couple weeks ago. And as you can see here, it's wide open. San Diego State, unless they lose this week, which I don't anticipate is going to happen, they're looking pretty good as the one team that should be in the Mountain West Conference Championship game. But it's wide open with the rest. I mean, you have UNLV in Hawaii this week. You have, let's see, is there any other teams here playing each other? Let's see. New Mexico is playing San Diego State next week. And that's it. So these teams are not playing each other. So that could be really, even if they hold serve, we got to have a lot of teams in the tiebreaker situation. But that's it. It's New Mexico, San Diego State next week, and UNLV Hawaii this week. So let's go at it. And look at Hawaii getting the respect. 2.5 as the road dog at UNLV. They are 8-2 in the stats this year. They're also 2-2 straight up and against the spread as a road dog. They upset Air Force and Colorado State. Nothing great. So this would definitely be the biggest one of the season. Now check these two trends out that are not good for Hawaii. 1-11 against the spread on the road with rest. 0-1 this year. That's when they lost to San Jose State by 7. 0-9 against the spread as a conference road dog of 3 or more when they take on a team with a win percentage of 750 or better. This is a conference team. That's a combined 1-20. Not good. UNLV. They happen to have covered 7 out of 8 when they take on an opponent with rest. 2-0 this year. And they're 2-1 straight up as a home favorite this year. It's only a small spread of 2.5, but they haven't covered any of those for what it's worth. They beat Air Force and Utah State by just 3 in those roles, and they lost outright to New Mexico. Now, look, I don't do this often, but UNLV is definitely the play if you just go by trends. They're the play. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick with what I said in the beginning of the year and what has been happening all season long with Hawaii. They have proven to be when we talked about their possibility this year back in our preview show, we said they have a shot to be in the championship game like 5-6 other teams. But pretty much everything would have to go right for them. And everything pretty much has. They couldn't be better than this. This is as good as they could have hoped for. Again, 8 out of 10 in the stats. They have played really good football for them. It's been Timmy Chang's best team by far. And you have a UNLV team, not the team from last year. So they've stepped down. Hawaii's moved up. Look at the respect. They're a 2.5-point road dog here. So that's what I'm going with. I'm going with what I feel is the better team, what I feel is their season, not UNLV's. That was them the last couple of years. This is Hawaii's season. And I also look at the fact that, okay, you beat Air Force and Utah State by 3 at home. Hawaii's better. And then you lost to New Mexico. I think Hawaii's better. So that's where I'm going. I'm taking Hawaii and the 3. Big game, though. A lot at stake. Nevada finally came through and upset a team. I knew that was going to happen sooner or later, but we didn't get them last week. They are now 12-2 against the spread as a conference road dog of 13 or less. 2-1 in that role this year. Jay Sawvell, does he hold on to his job at Wyoming? Well, if he can beat Nevada and then upset Hawaii last week to go to a bowl, the job is his. Question is, if he goes 5-7, is the job his? It could be. It's Wyoming. I just hope after what Craig Bohl did to the program, the fact that it's now taking a step backwards, I hope either A, if they keep him, that they know what they're doing, or B, if they don't think he's the right man for the job, it's find someone else. Remember, you don't have to be in a major program to feel impatient with the way the game is played nowadays. I don't know if Wyoming will be, but hey, maybe they go 6-6 in a bowl and it's his job. I just don't think they have the offense, and he's a defensive guy, and yeah, that's a big problem, but we'll see. I mean, I can't expect Nevada to upset consecutive teams they're playing, especially when Wyoming is a much better team at home. So if I was picking the game, I'd probably take Wyoming in that one. That's probably the way to go. Boise and Colorado State. Colorado State fired their coach about a month ago, and they finally responded with a good effort against New Mexico last week. They lost by 3 as a 16-point road dog. So they showed some life. Now they go to Boise. And Boise, as we saw last week, even though it's against the best defense in the conference, the kid Cutworth is just not very good. They missed Maxwell Madsen tremendously. And the Boise State offense, not very good without their starting quarterback. They've beaten Colorado State 12 out of 13 all time, even though the last time they played Colorado State beat them, snapped that winning streak. Darius Curry, redshirt freshman quarterback for Colorado State, made his first start last week in the game against New Mexico. So that is basically, it's not a coincidence that for the first time in a while for Colorado State, they showed life. They brought in a new starting quarterback, and he went out there and had a pretty decent game. He threw for nearly 250 yards, 2 touchdowns. Unfortunately, he turned it over. He got picked off 3 times. So now he's got to go to Boise. Very tough environment. Problem is, it's a big spread. Now, here's New Mexico. The line has moved up now to 3.5 from 2. The Lobos are having a tremendous season under their first-year head coach, Jason Eck, the former Idaho coach. They're already bowl eligible, so they've already put together a big year. Their first bowl since 2016. And again, they got San Diego State next. So New Mexico is, look, you can't lose to Air Force if you want to go to the championship game. A couple of teams are going to want to getting beat. Not everybody's going to win. New Mexico just has to avoid the upset here. I think they will. I think New Mexico is, I think they're a good team this season. I think they've proven it all season. I think they're worthy of that. And Air Force, they've dropped both of their games this year as a home dog. So they haven't taken advantage of that. And New Mexico is 4-0 straight up and 4-0 against the spread in their last 4 games. So they're playing their best ball of the year, even though last week was a minor hiccup. But hey, they picked off the kid 3 times. And it's always tough when you're taking on a new quarterback. You don't have a lot of tape on them. That happens quite a bit, college football. And I also think New Mexico, as a heavy favorite like they were last week, they're not used to being in that type of a role, especially against a team like Colorado State that's normally the 16-point favorite. So I can see why New Mexico might have struggled a little bit last week, but now they're back into a comfortable number here, and I like them against Air Force. And then you got the San Diego State, which I think is still headed towards being the conference champion when it's all said and done. Their defense is just too good. I was happy to see that they were able to come back and put the Hawaii game behind them, just a blip. As well they should have. We forecasted that. It looked like they were headed that way, and it was just going to happen. But it was so big for them to respond and say, we're not letting that end our season. We're going to win this conference. We're going to get back on the horse against Boise. And that's exactly what they did. Defense shined and shut down Boise. Now, they still have a problem because they can't pass the ball very well. But San Jose State is not Boise. And they should have more success there. But San Jose State, what a disappointment. You know, I felt they were a good play at 33-1 a few weeks ago to put themselves in position the way that they thought the season was going to go when it began. It was right there for them, but they couldn't even beat Air Force at home. And I think what happened after losing to Air Force at home, it was like the final nail in the coffin. And it was like we had an outside chance to win the championship still. And then we lose to Air Force, and they completely shut down last week. I mean, they lost 55-10 or something like that to Nevada. So the question now is, was that just a 1-week response? And they're going to get back. They're going to be prideful. Remember, there's no bowl now this year either because of that loss last week to Nevada. So that's gone. Look. They got one thing going for them, and that's a trend that says they're 12-1-1 as a road dog of 8 or more. 1-0 already in that role this year. So this is a good role for San Jose State as a 12-point road dog against the spread. But everything else, their psyche They got on the road against the best defense in the country and in the conference. And then you take a look at their last 5 games. Oh, excuse me, they're 5 games on the road this year. They've lost them all. 2-3 against the spread, though. But 0-7 straight up. 2-5 against the spread in their last 7 on the road. So San Jose State not winning games on the road lately. But it's a big number. And I don't know what, look, if they respond, meaning they go and they play this game to win and they're focused, I think they'll cover. But I don't know if they're going to respond. I don't know. And I think San Diego State has proven already. Just take a look at the last 3. No, not last 3. The 3 games this year that they have been a home favorite. 3. They won them all. They covered them all by an 86-38 margin. That's 28.6 to 12.6 a game. That's a 16-point cushion. It's a 12-point number. And I'm going to go ahead and take San Diego State minus the 12. That's the Mountain West. Let's now talk Sun Belt. Okay. And let's take a look at the standings. Okay. So there you got James Madison, because Coastal lost last week, as we said earlier in the show, to Georgia Southern. It's over. That was their last chance to get into the winner-take-all last game of the season at home against James Madison for the East, and they couldn't do it. And look, they lost their quarterback, so you got to keep that in mind. And we talked about that with the South Carolina game earlier. So now they are, again, for both teams, there's no conference more games until next week. And they play each other, and there you go. The only thing it means is for James Madison and a playoff chance, because James Madison has already clinched the championship game. Now, in the West, it's different. It's these 3 teams. Don't forget, Arkansas upset Troy a couple weeks ago. Troy has now lost back-to-back games after they had won 5? I mean, what did they win? 5 straight or something. And Southern Miss opened the door for both of these teams by losing last week. So Texas State beat them. And remember, we talked about that, about how they needed to watch out Southern Miss, because Texas State had a very disappointing season. And, there were a lot of times that they were heavy favorites, expected to win, and nope, lose, lose. And then they get into a situation with Southern Miss where they were the dog. And they came in, and then they came in and beat them up. Easy. Worst game of the season for Southern Miss. So now things are back wide open. So let's start with Arkansas State. This game is on Thursday night. It's only 2. Arkansas State's got some revenge maybe, because Louisiana blitzed them last year. 55-19, I think. So Arkansas State, again, they can still win the division. Now, what they need to do is they need they need Troy to beat Southern Miss next week. And if that happens, and Arkansas State beats Louisiana and App State on the road next week, then Arkansas State wins the West. But they've got to get a Troy win next week. So remember, Arkansas State had a 4-game winning streak, snapped against Southern Miss. They had 6 turnovers in the game and still only lost by 6. So that shows you they're playing good ball. The turnovers killed them. They're 4-1 straight up, 5-0 against the spread in their last 5. So they're still on a nice roll. And you look at the fact also that not only are they playing for a division, but they haven't become bowl eligible yet. And this is their home finale. I think they take care of business. I think they're a very good bet this week. Louisiana, meanwhile, as I said before, disappointing season. This is their big game this week to try and get a bowl because they're hosting Louisiana Monroe next week. They're rivals, and they'll be favored to win that one. It's been a bad year for the Warhawks. So this is the game for Louisiana. This is really a game for both teams that, hey, we got to win this one for bowl eligibility. But Arkansas State's been the better team. And I think it's actually a little bit disrespectful based on how they played recently that they're only 2.5 against Louisiana. So take the Red Wolves, give the 2. Here is a real big game potentially in college football this year. Again, because if James Madison loses this game, then it's definite. That's it. Sunbelt's done. MAC's not going to get in. Conference USA is not going to get in. And now it's the American, and maybe San Diego State can get into it, even though that's very unlikely. So if James Madison loses this week, it's going to be an American team in the playoffs. So, and this is a game to worry about. As we've talked about Washington State all season, or most of the season, as a very interesting dog. They had the upset in them against both Virginia and Ole Miss. They lose to Ole Miss by 3. They lose to Virginia by 2. So they have that going for them. And by the way, the Virginia game being in Virginia, that's where James Madison is. So Washington State trip. Hey, they've been in this trip before to Virginia, and it went pretty well the last time without the win. And check this out. 17-1 against the spread, the Cougars are, as dogs of 14 or more when they take on an opponent off of a straight-up win. And they're 2-1 in that role this year because that goose egg has a 1 by it now. But they're still 17-1 in that role. Pretty impressive. And 1 win they need for bowl eligibility. Now, they'll get that next week because they're going to bury Oregon State. I'm telling you right now. After what happened, Washington State was playing great football. They go to Oregon State. It was had a terrible year, and Oregon State beat them. It was one of those games where Washington State played their worst game of the season their worst game since early the season when they were still trying to figure themselves out. So they'll get their revenge. They're not playing this game necessarily. Oh yeah, let's get the bowl and all that. But they understand what's going on here. They understand the value of this type of a game and what this means to the playoffs and so forth. These two teams never played each other either. So interesting there. Anyway, I'm taking Washington State. Of course, I'm going to do that. I'm going to also take the money line at 450. And look, I'm rooting for James Madison because it'll make me look really good if they win the playoff spot. But I think this is a no-brainer. If you like to throw a few bucks at money line plays, double digits, you've got to play Washington State this week. I think they're worth it. They've proven it, and it's worth it. If you lose, you lose, but it's worth it. Georgia Southern starting to play better this lately after getting off to a disappointing start this season. A team that felt earlier in the season, when the season began, that they could be a big opponent for James Madison. Both of these teams were supposed to be the 2 big teams to compete against James Madison. Well, we all know what happened to Old Dominion. And now Georgia Southern is starting to play their best football of the year. And they already lost to Old Dominion as well. But Georgia Southern is starting to play a lot better. They're now 5-5, so they need the win. Old Dominion's already 7 wins. They're not playing for anything. They're just playing that out, meaningless game. But you know what? They had a meaningless game last week and beat Troy 33-0. Happened to be their most impressive win of the season. But Georgia Southern, 3-0-1 against the spread as a home dog since the 2023 season. So they're not used to being in this position much, but when they are, they take care of business. They are also 8-0-2 against the spread at home, taking on teams with a winning percentage of 500 or better. And they're 2-0-1 in that role this year. Meanwhile, Old Dominion last year buried them 47-19. A little bit of revenge in there. Georgia Southern looking to get back at Old Dominion. If Georgia Southern loses this week as a 12.5-point dog now, they will play at Marshall next week for bowl eligibility. They're 370 on a money line, and I think they're another good play. And I'm going to go over all of the picks at the end before we move on to the NFL, just to summarize them all. Okay, next up. Marshall and App State. Now, speaking of home dogs, App State has only been a home dog 4 times since 2017, and they've covered all 4. They've also covered 7 of 8 at home after they allow 35 or more points. They're 1-0 in that role this year. Also, in the series with Marshall, and this is a rivalry, the home team has won 5 straight. So there's a lot pointing to App State. But App State has dropped 4 straight, just 1-3 against the spread, 0-3-1 in the stats. They're not playing good football. And if you look at the game against James Madison last week, who just destroyed them, they were outgained 627-146. Embarrassing. App State's got to get 2 wins for bowl eligibility. They host Arkansas State next week. Marshall, as you just said, will host Georgia Southern. They've got to get 1 win for bowl eligibility. They've outgained 5 of the 6 conference opponents this year. They've had a nice season. Not a lot of people thought they would when their head coach left for Southern Miss. And I like them. So I think App State, there's some nice trends working their way, including I don't like going against these home dogs like App State. That's why I like Georgia Southern. But fact is, I just look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's a big game because it's not. But I think they've been clearly the better team this year. They both need the win, and I'll take Marshall. Actually, the line has popped up. I just noticed that. It was 3. Now it's 4.5. So it's starting to get a little bit high, though. I'm not sure I like it at 4.5. Okay. And then we have Southern Miss, only a 1.5-point favorite, down from 3. And yet, I think you should jump all over the Golden Eagles. Now, there's a big pending injury situation going on. Now, because as I mentioned before, they lost last week and really were never in it in the game against Texas State. But they had an excuse because Braylon Braxton is really the best quarterback in the entire conference. Did not play. He had a knee injury, did not play. And there's possibilities you can see that he may not play again this week. That's why this line is dropping. Now, let me check to see if any news has come around. Let's see. Let's see if we see any news on Braxton. Nothing new. Yeah, nothing new. Okay. So because of that, we don't know. He could still play. But look, they're a well-coached team. They'll have a little bit more time, to get in there and to see if they could. Look, I understand how important Braxton is. Again, best quarterback in the conference. But I think they'll find a way. And Braxton may wind up playing. So that's the thing. I think you have to look at it this way. If you really think Southern Miss has a shot, then I think you should jump all over them, because if Braxton plays, that line is going to balloon up. So they're 3-0 straight up, 2-0-1 against the spread as a road favorite this year. Yes, it's all with Braxton, but still. But how about this? South Alabama is 0-13 against the spread versus teams with a win percentage of 500 or better coming off a straight up ATS loss. 0-13. No bowl this year for South Alabama too. All they can do is play spoiler. That's it. Major Applewhite, year 2. He did take the team to a bowl last year. Disappointing year. They've dropped all 3 games as dogs this year, even though they've covered 2 out of 3. But the line's now down to 1. So I would take Southern Miss still. Okay. Troy, I think they'll rebound against Georgia State. I don't understand what happened. I can get, you lost that game to Arkansas State. They were hot. It was the worst game for the backup quarterback, and you lost Goose Crowder. Then you get the backup quarterback comes in, and he plays pretty poorly early, and then he starts to play well. Crowder, so then you lose the game to Arkansas State. Crowder plays last week. He comes back. And I don't know if that disrupted the team at all, because, as I said before, they got shut out. They got destroyed by Old Dominion. It's like, where did this game come from? Wait a second. We get our quarterback back, and this is how we play? So I don't know. I don't know what that was about. I don't know if there was some, is it possible that it was like, hey, the backup came in, he did a really good job. We went on a winning streak with him. And then they have one bad game and you put the other guy in already? Was that part of it? I don't know. Was it a coincidence? I don't know. But Troy needs to figure it out fast, because with the game coming up next week against Southern Miss, this is going to be a huge, huge game. So if they win these next 2 games, they beat Georgia State, which they should, and then they do upset Southern Miss on the road next week, which should be an upset unless Braxton comes back. They just need Arkansas State to lose one of the 2, and then Troy would win the division. They scored 10 points in the last 2 games, though. So you got to get, and they're already bowl eligible. Keep that in mind too. But they got a lot to play for. And that's about it. Nothing else to talk about there in the Sun Belt. MAC, huge game tonight between Western Michigan and Northern Illinois. Western Michigan needs to win their last 2. And if they do, they're in the MAC championship game. I'm not going to go over any of this. I'm not even going to look at the game either, because, I'm just going to give you the layout here. Let's see. Where is it? Actually, maybe I'll look at it. Why not? Let's see what happened. Or will I? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, they don't have the game in here. Oh, I thought they usually have the score up here. Okay. So good. I don't have to see it. I can watch the game myself later. Or, I like to at least see if it's a close game. I'll watch the end. If it's not, I'll check it out. Okay. So, but Western Michigan is clearly the team to beat. They're in the driver's position going into this week. Now, here is really the only game that I think is worth mentioning. So Central Michigan, let's take a look at that's right. I'll take a look at the conference, and that'll give me the winner. the game tonight. And there you go. It's Western Michigan. So there you go. So Western Michigan. Wait a second. No, that was their record anyway, wasn't it? Actually, I don't know. Whatever. Let's just move on. Okay. So Western Michigan, they're in the best shot to get into the championship game. So who is going to face Western Michigan? Well, with all of these teams, you have these 5 teams all trying to get in. Now you have Buffalo and Miami on Wednesday night. That's tomorrow night. Buffalo's a short favorite. What's the line in that game? There it is. Actually, Miami's moved into the favorite. All right. So it was 2 Buffalo. Now it's 1.5 Miami. All right. So, look, I don't know what's going to happen in this game, but I do know this. Miami quarterback DeQuan Finn is deliriously nuts. I mean, who is advising this kid? He's decided to stop playing for Miami because he wants to concentrate on the NFL draft. DeQuan Finn is not playing college football anymore to prepare for the NFL draft when Miami still has a chance to go to the MAC championship game. Who does he think he is? I mean, is he changing positions? That's why he needs as much time as possible to prepare to play receiver or running back, because he's not going to be an NFL quarterback. I don't know who's advising him, but he's delirious. Henry Hessen came in and replaced him last week against Toledo and went 11 for 38 with 3 picks and was sacked 6 times. Thank you, DeQuan Finn. Yeah, Miami's in trouble. So I don't know what they're doing as a 1-point favorite. The only thing is Buffalo has had a very disappointing season themselves. They lost to Central Michigan last week. They gave up a fumble and interception touchdown in the same game, even though they outgained Central Michigan. They got blown out, and those were big reasons why. Yeah, I don't think either team is going to the championship game anyway, so I don't think it's going to matter, but the loser is out for sure. Okay. So that's those games. Then you've got Central Michigan. Let's talk about that game with Kent. All right. So you got an 8.5-point spread. And we've been hitting those pom-poms for Kent State football this year. And they're hanging in there. They got 4 wins. They need 2 wins for bowl eligibility. Matt Carney's doing a great job this season, but so is Matt Drinkall. And once again, if you look back at our season preview, we have thumbs up on Drinkall as the head coach. Felt it was a great hire, and Central Michigan would be a team to monitor. And they got off to a huge start. It's interesting how the week 1 game dictated the entire season for those 2 teams when Central Michigan upset San Jose State. Because it was like San Jose State was supposed to be a championship caliber team, and Central Michigan was just Central Michigan. And they go in and win that game, and San Jose State has a bad year, and Central Michigan is in the race for the MAC championship. So, and give them credit. Look, they're a better team than Kent. They have been, but this is still a dangerous game because it's a road game for a MAC team. And it's not easy to win on the road in the MAC. So you've got a Central Michigan team, though, that has outgained 4 of their last 5 teams. Been outgained in 4 of their last 5 games. The only team that they outgained was UMass, the worst team in the conference. And I mentioned they had 2 defensive touchdowns last week, so that helps a lot. Remember, I said they were outgained by Buffalo. The next game for Central Michigan could be huge. They're hosting Toledo. So that's next week. And it's quite possible the winner of that game next week is in the MAC championship game. Of course, that all depends on taking care of business against Kent State. Central Michigan has won 3 out of 4, and they've covered 4 straight. So they're coming in, playing their best football of the year. They're also 9-1 against the spread as a road favorite of 8 or more. So there's a lot to like about Central Michigan, except being outgained in 4 of the last 5. That's a little concerning. Kent State comes in 3-2 in their last 5 straight up ATS. Remember we talked about their disappointing loss to Ball State a couple of weeks ago because they were the better team. They just made countless mistakes in the red zone, and it cost them. And then Ball State was able to march down and score a late fourth quarter touchdown to knock them out. Terrible outcome for Kent State. But then they come back and blow out, or at least look like they're going to blow out Akron 35-17 as the dog. They were like a 7-point dog against Akron. Akron comes back and ties the game with 2 minutes to go. Go to overtime, but Kent State beats them, pulls off the upset. And basically what that was an elimination game for the bowl. And Akron out. They can't go to a bowl now. The Ball State game, by the way, they outgained Ball State by about 70 yards in the game, just to prove that they were the better team. But Drew DeShields, we've talked about him several times this season. It's going to be tough to keep this kid at Kent State. I'm telling you right now. I would not be surprised if this kid gets a nice payday and goes to either a higher level group of 5 program or maybe even a Power 4 program. That's how good of a season, a promising season he's had. He had 317 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. So he's playing his best football of the year. Anyway, look, Central Michigan's bowl eligible. They're playing for a championship opportunity. Kent is playing to go bowl eligible. So, look, I'm going to ride Kent in the money line. You know I'm going to do that, and we'll see what happens. But I am totally I'm totally understanding that the Central Michigan team is dangerous. And I tell you what, if that game against Toledo, I believe that one is at home. If Central Michigan needs that game, if that's like a winner is in game to the championship game, I'm probably going to take Central Michigan if that's the case. But we'll see what happens first with Kent State and see if they can pull off the upset. Okay, that's the MAC. Now, let's get in some Conference USA before we wrap it up and talk NFL. And you got some big games coming up the next couple of weeks in the Conference USA. Okay, Jacksonville State, monster win against Kennesaw State last week as they continue to be a dominant home team. So it's up to 4 teams here, okay? And the good thing is these teams are playing. So you have Missouri State and Kennesaw State this week. You have Jacksonville State is at FIU this week, and then they host Western Kentucky next week. So they're all playing each other, which is great to see. All right. Of course, Jacksonville State, the defending champs, they're in the driver's seat. The runner-ups are right behind them, and the 2 upstarts, well, Missouri State, I don't even think they're eligible, being it's their first year. Okay. Let's go into the matchups. Missouri State, Kennesaw State. Home finale for Kennesaw. Both teams 7-3. Jacob Clark. You want to know why Missouri State's having a good season? Jacob Clark. He's a Minnesota transfer who has had a nice run here with the program. Good, 6'5", 225 type of build. So, he's the real deal at this level. Bears are 5-0 straight up, 4-1 against the spread in their last 5. Kennesaw, meanwhile, 0-2-1 against the spread in their last 3. So Missouri's still on a high, nice little win streak. Kennesaw State has really kind of slowed down a bit lately, including the loss last week to Jacksonville State. Matter of fact, their quarterback threw 3 picks. So now the question is, how will Kennesaw State respond? Missouri State will host Louisiana Tech next week. Kennesaw State will be at Liberty next week. So those will not be easy games either for both of those teams. I'm taking Missouri State in this one. Now, I don't know if I'm taking the money line. I think it may be worth it. I don't think it's a crazy idea to go with Missouri State at 2-1, but I do like the 7, considering how hot they've been playing. Liberty, preseason pick to win the conference championship. They've had a disappointing season. They're not going to win the conference championship. They are a slight favorite against Louisiana Tech. As you can see here, Liberty needs to beat Louisiana Tech and Kennesaw next week for bowl eligibility. Louisiana Tech needs to either beat Liberty or Missouri State on the road next week. They have just 1 win. Liberty's got to win both of them. This was a 1-point favorite for Louisiana Tech. It's now switched to Liberty. And, not a big game. I don't see, there's nothing here big for me, but I'd probably lean towards Louisiana Tech. And then you have the rest of the games here. Nothing really sticks out except this one. So this is the last game on our schedule. Jacksonville State at FIU. And Jacksonville State's a 1-point favorite. Is this a letdown game? Because it could be. They had the big win over Kennesaw last week. And now, again, they're in prime position for a chance for the championship to defend it under Charles Kelly taking over for, what's his name, from West Virginia. It's late. Rich Rod. So, but here's the thing. It's interesting. Jacksonville State's on a 5-game win streak, and they're very good at home. They've been very good at home for the last several seasons. But on the road is a different story. They're 3-3 on the road this year. They've got a 2-point win against the worst team in maybe the worst team in all of college football, and that's Sam Houston in the FBS. They have a 3-point win over one of the worst teams in the FBS, in Middle Tennessee State, and a 3-point win over UTEP. So their only road wins were against 3 of the worst teams in the conference by 3 points, 3 points, and 2 points. So they had a completely different reaction on the road than at home. They have never lost to FIU, including beating them the last 2 years. But FIU, and this is also another change in the odds, because FIU is a 1-point favorite. Now they're a 1-point dog. FIU still needs to win for bowl eligibility, keeping in mind that they have not been to a bowl since 2019. This is the first year for new head coach Willie Simmons. He's doing a good job. They get a big shot in the arm with the quarterback change because Jenkins, their starter, went down. Joe Pisanski, they get a senior quarterback from Holy Cross from the FCS. And this kid was a team captain for Holy Cross last year. He made 12 starts. He was a second-team All-Patriot. So that was a nice get for FIU. This is their backup, 6'4", 220, the quarterback for this level. And he comes in relief. He goes 2-0, and he gets FIU. And they had a big win last week against Liberty, a really crazy game, a big win, and real emotional. The team's all psyched up, and they're on this high now. And now they're feeling a bowl. They got a Jacksonville State team, letdown situation on the road. This is not when they've been at their best. All they got to do is win another 2 or 3 point game and they cover. So you could see that happening. I don't doubt that. But look, you also keep in mind there's some other good players here. Running back Kajon Owens. He is about to become the second running back ever for the program to go over 1,000 yards. He's just 110 yards away. The record is 1,149. So that's how much he needs for the record. So so he's already gone over the 1,000, 110 away from the record, which he'll get. So he's about to become the all-time leading rusher, single-season rusher for FIU. So that's what they've got in the backfield. And they got this other receiver, Alex Perry, who's a Hawaii transfer, having a good season. So FIU playing, I mean, this is emotionally, they're red hot. Why not take FIU in this one? Not a big play, but a play nonetheless. Okay. So let's wrap up our college football. And then we'll go over the NFL. Okay. Let's see if we get this here. Where are we? Got the NFL coming up next. All right. Wow. 3:35. Okay. I'm going to go over to picks now. So, officially, we're going to take Vandy. Now, these are going to be our top picks. So we're going to take Vandy. We're going to take, and I'm going to put them separately. Vandy, Arkansas is a dog, and a definite upset possibility. All right, what else? That's it for the SEC. Okay, our top two SEC plays will be Vandy and Arkansas. Big Ten, definitely Northwestern. Love Northwestern. Let's see. Who else would we say we really like? USC as a dog. Definitely looking at the money line as well. We like Michigan. We like Michigan State. Michigan might be a top play, but I don't think so. It's probably not. We like Nebraska. Same thing. Not a top play, but I do like them. And I'm going to think about the money line. Actually, I'm going to put Nebraska in the official upset category as a not only liking the dog number, but a potential outright upset. Like Illinois. Again, it's not going to be a top one, but I like Illinois. Wisconsin's covered the last three, and they've got this. They got this spell they have on teams. They're like, yes, we have the worst offense in college football. We're going to hypnotize you into falling asleep, and we're going to make this a very sleepy game. And that's the only thing that I think has been working for him. But it's only 7. Okay, we really like UCLA, as you know. Definitely taking the upset line there as well. ACC, we really like North Carolina State. So that's a top one. We like Miami. They're in that, basically, the Miamis and Michigans and so forth that we've mentioned that we like, they're in that second group. We like Wake. We like Notre Dame. North Carolina, we're going to put North Carolina in the upset category. Okay, that's significant enough. We really do like Georgia Tech. So that's another favorite we like. We like Cal a lot. That's a top pick. Okay, let's move along. Oklahoma State's going to be a double-digit upset play. We really like BYU as a favorite. Okay. We're going to take Kansas. They're a dog. We're going to put them in the dog category. Let's see. Who else? We like Utah. Utah will be in that second group. Tulsa we like, but that'll be in the second group. FAU. We're going to go officially with FAU as a dog pick. All right. East Carolina UTSA. Yeah, is that going to be a good one? That's a tough one. Temple, we like. We're going to make them an official dog play, potential upset. Boy, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Rice. I've gone with Rice. I told you that not only have they been really good at upsets the last few years, but I've taken them quite a bit. Any team that's really good at upsets, trust me, I've taken, because I instantly gravitate to those types of teams quickly. They haven't covered a lot for me in that role, but they've covered enough. And that's why it's the same thing, just like we talk about on a weekly basis. It's if they can just cover for you, like if we've taken Rice, say, 10 times in the last 3 years as a big upset, and all they got to do is like cover 3 of those. So, and they've done more than that. So yeah, we'll take Rice again. Why not? Because the name of the game, if there's one name that really matters more than anything this week, it's pressure. That's the name, pressure this week. Hawaii, yes. I'm going to put Hawaii as a top play this week. I think Wyoming's a good pick. I think New Mexico's a good pick. And I'm going to put New Mexico as the top pick. Okay. I'm going to put Fresno as a top pick. I must say, and we didn't really get a chance to talk about Utah State and Fresno, did we? I don't think we did talk that much about that game. Because, I was a little surprised. What's the line in that game? It was 2. I don't know why we missed that game. Let me see here. There it is. Oh, okay. I thought the San Diego State game was the last game. I never went down. Sorry about that. So Fresno is a 3-point favorite at home. Yeah, I like Fresno in this one because remember last week I was surprised a little about why they were only like a 2-point favorite against Wyoming, whatever it was. I didn't understand it. And sure enough, they beat them easy. And I get it. The offense has been a little underwhelming. I don't understand the decision to go with Carson Conklin over E.J. Warner. Because it hasn't like given him a shot in the arm or anything. The offense has not exploded. And E.J. Warner statistically has played better. And I guess it's because he's a sophomore and Warner's going to graduate. But it's like, aren't you trying to win a championship here? Shouldn't that be more important? You're in a championship possibility. So that's the only thing that concerns me. But hey, the coach, the new coach they have is a good new coach. We talked about that. The season began. He was a successful FCS coach. And he's done a really good job for them. They've won their last 2 games by a 54-10 margin. Utah State, meanwhile, 0-4 straight up, 3-1 against the spread as a road dog this year. So they've not won a game, but they've covered 3 out of 4. But at 3, I'm more concerned with the fact that they haven't won. And I mean, you could take the money line. And they're also just 2-9 ATS. Versus a 500 or better opponent off back-to-back straight-up ATS wins. They host Boise State next week, by the way. Yes, I respect Mendenhall. I respect Barnes, the quarterback. But Utah State had their chance last week. That was their chance. And they lost in overtime to UNLV. So I think Fresno... I just think Fresno's the better home team in this situation, and that's the way to go. You know what? I will say this. I like Fresno, but I don't like them as a top play. I'm going to put them in the second category. But I will keep Hawaii and New Mexico from the Mountain West as a top play. Okay. I also like San Diego State as a secondary play. I like Arkansas State I'm going to put them as a top play. I'm going to take Georgia Southern as a dog, a double-digit upset pick. I'm taking Washington State, same role. Okay, and what else? I'm taking Southern Miss, but am I taking them as a top play? I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take Southern Miss as a top play. It's only one. And that's it. Oh, no, it's not it. We're taking Kent. Also as a dog, top dog. And we like Missouri State, but that's a secondary pick. And we like FIU, and we're going to take them as a secondary pick. Okay, so that means as we round out our top plays, Vandy, Northwestern, Georgia Tech, Cal, BYU, Hawaii, New Mexico, Arkansas State, and Southern Miss. So, and I'll tell you right now, my major top plays then overall, if I really bring it down, would be Northwestern, Georgia Tech, and BYU. Those are my top 3 plays of the week. Northwestern, Georgia Tech, and BYU. And then my top upsets, Arkansas, USC, Nebraska, UCLA, North Carolina State, North Carolina, Oklahoma State, Kansas, FAU, Temple, Rice, Georgia Southern, Washington State, and Kent State. Top, USC, UCLA, North Carolina State, and that would be top if I'm doing top 3 picks and top 3 upsets. And then the rest of them will still count as upsets. Double digits this week. Could be UCLA because they're bordering, and UCLA, they're both bordering double digits, but Oklahoma State's definitely a double-digit play. So is Rice, Georgia Southern, Washington State. Okay, there you go. That is it for college. Now, Chris, what does Chris say? Hello, Chris. Oh, Jets fan. There you go. Please like, support, subscribe to the channel. I'm a New York Jets fan. Hit the like button, support, subscribe, smash it. It's free. Feel free to help grow, build the channel. Hey, who's Chris, man? You would think Chris is a partner of ours. Not a boy, Chris. See, Chris said it all. See, if Chris keeps saying something like this, Chris, you keep saying this on all the shows I do, I'll keep pushing this out there, man. I'll say, I don't need to say the promo. I got Chris. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. All right. Let's talk NFL. NFL. Let's get this up here. All right. Wow, I got all this college football stuff I got to get rid of. Okay. Let's pop in the NFL. There we go. And we start with the Thursday night game. 3:47. NFL. Have we done 4 hours before? I remember when we did 2 hours. Like, hey, man, we did 2 hours. Then we did 3 hours. It was like, man, we did 3 hours. Now it's got 4. Hey, we're doing 4 hours. Okay. Let's go. NFL. Buffalo, Houston. This line, when I first saw it come out at 3, I was like, oh, man, I love this. I love it. But I'm not like Jim Feist. Jim Feist is the man. I'm not like Jim, though. Jim, I guarantee you, he probably took this one already at 3. And I, unfortunately, have got to get 6. But, yeah, that was crazy to come out with 3. Let's see. Houston, 0-3, straight up and against the spread as dogs this year. They're also 2-10 against the spread as AFC dogs of less than 10 versus the opponent with a 700 or better win percentage. So They also upset Buffalo week 5 last year, if you don't remember. So Buffalo, I'm sure, does. And I like Buffalo even though it's 6. I wonder what the wise guy contest will say. They might still have 3.5 it would be. I need a couple of back-to-back weeks of I hit both of them last week, but I got to go like on a 3-week roll if I'm going to have any chance. I haven't even looked at the standings like for a month, 5 weeks. I have no idea where I'm at. Okay. Here we go. So Seattle and Tennessee, huge line, 13.5. Not enough. I'll give more. Seattle, definitely love Seattle here. They're coming off a loss. They've won all 3 this year. Straight up ATS is a road favorite by an 81-46 margin. You've got one team that is 9-1 in the stats versus another team that is 0-10 in the stats, and they're playing each other. One team is a Super Bowl contender. The other team is a draft first pick contender. They're playing each other. That's the reason the line's 13. I'm okay with that. Take Seattle, give the 13. Giants and the Lions. So Giants were our NFL pick last week, and we barely survived with them. We had them at 7.5 in our Wise Guy contest. I would have been so pissed if they would have lost somehow, like I said, it was 6.5, because they had no right losing that game by 7. That Green Bay was very fortunate to almost cover that spread. Anyway, the Giants are now 1-5 straight up, 4-2 against the spread in their last 6. So they haven't been winning, but they have been competing. No cat around here. You're gonna have to chill. I don't want my cat walking across the screen. Okay. Head coach Dan Campbell. Remember a couple of weeks ago when we liked the Lions as our top play of the week against Washington? Well, one of the reasons we liked them is because they were coming off a loss. And Dan Campbell is 13-0 in his career as a head coach when his team is coming off a straight up loss. 13-0 against the spread off a straight up loss. 3-0 this year with the Detroit Lions. They've got Green Bay and the Dallas Cowboys back-to-back Thursday games coming up after this one. And it's the second game for Jameis Winston. So how many times, we talk about this a lot. Go with the backup bump in the first game, and then as soon as that one's over, you go right against them the next one. It's like what's going on with Brissett in Arizona. We said it a couple of weeks ago with the Seattle game. We said it again last week. 2 of our better plays the last couple of weeks was Seattle and San Francisco, because Jacoby Brissett is who he is for a reason. He's not a young player. He's not going to be the next Geno Smith or Sam Darnold. He is who he is. He's a good backup quarterback, but he's not going to win multiple games in a row or 3 out of 4. If he would, he'd be a starter. Now maybe, look, Jameis Winston, this is the Giants are talking about. Even though he didn't win, he didn't get a perfect bump, but he did cover the game. And maybe they deserved a better fate. But in this situation, at Detroit, no. All over this one. Patriots and Bengals. And the Bengals continue, the Patriots continue to remain red hot. What is their, let me see, where are the Bengals right now? The Patriots right now. Let me see what run they're on. Patriots are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've won 8 straight. Yeah, 8 straight, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6-2 ATS. So there you go. So they have won 8-0 straight up, and 6-2 against the spread last 8. They're also 2-0 straight up and against the spread as a road favorite this year by a 56-32 margin. And check this out. They've covered 15 straight off of a straight up division home win versus an opponent off back-to-back straight up losses. 15 straight. Next week, bye. Week after that, home game against the Buffalo Bills. So the Bengals are done. We know that. Remember when New England upset the Bengals week 1 last year? You know, Drake May was May wasn't. It was Brissett was quarterback in that game, and Patriots were just poorly coached last year, and they didn't have half the veteran guys they signed this year either. Cincinnati, meanwhile, they're done. They had their chance against Pittsburgh, and nope, not there. They're at Baltimore next week on Thanksgiving. There's a talk about Joe Burrow playing. I think the only reason for Joe Burrow to play next week is first of all, is he healthy, of course, but second of all, hey, it's Thanksgiving. You know, I be here. I might as well play. That's probably his attitude, and I'm sure he thinks he could offer value even if they're 3-8 by next week. But you know, they'd have to pull off the upset if there's any hope for anything, of course. And against the Patriots, the way both these teams are playing, no. Take the Patriots. Give the 8. Our Jets, Chris, against the Ravens. And look, the Jets were a competitive team last week, and it was really good to see. I don't follow the BS from a lot of the media for my teams. I have to deal with it with my hockey team, Vancouver. They have the worst. I mean, their media in Vancouver is just amazingly so negative, it is beyond belief. And of course, they deal with it with the Jets. And a lot of that has to do with they've been such a losing franchise for so long that, you know, nobody feels anything positive. But I know better. I do, because of what's going on with Aaron Glenn and Muji. And they have, it's going to be a really good ride. It's just we're just in the very, very infancy stages of what this team is about to become, what the franchise is about to become. I thought we saw improved play even last week. For them to be in it in the second half against the Patriots, I think is a good step. They're 2-1 straight up, 3-0 against the spread in their last 3. You know, sooner or later, not having Garrett Wilson in there is not going to be good, but it does open up opportunities for Mitchell and what's his name, who they just picked up. I don't mind block his name, Mechie. Baltimore, of course, they've been feasting on mostly disappointing teams, and they got more disappointing teams coming up. Besides the Jets, they got the Bengals 2 of their next 3 weeks. So they're in a good situation to get even more healthy real soon. But, you know, Taylor's going to play. I see that Fields is going to be sitting and Taylor's going to get the nod. And okay, that's good. I think the Jets can use a little shot in the arm there. I think they'll cover. I could see this being like a 10-point game. I think this would be a second half game like the Patriot game. I think it's going to be the same type of situation. I think they're going to hang in there. I still don't think Baltimore's really proven a whole lot other than, you know, they're beating teams that aren't very good. So just, you know, that's all they can do. It's on their schedule. But I think the Jets will be competitive in this one. I expect it. All right. Now, poor Indianapolis. Does anyone want to play the Chiefs after losing 2 straight games? Matter of fact, when was the last time the Chiefs lost 3 straight games? Let's see here. And if you want to know what I always grab over here, you should know by now. It's let me get this on full screen. It's Mark Lawrence's Playbook magazine. And you can get this every year at playbooksports.com. Maybe next year we'll do some giveaways. I know we're going to do a lot of merchandise stuff soon. You watch. In the next few weeks, we got a lot of cool stuff happening here. I'm working really hard behind the scenes. We got some editing coming up from professional editors. merchandise we're going to start giving away. And as you can see, I'm already using some. So we got some cool stuff happening. All right. When was the last time Kansas City lost 3 straight games? No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. This will be a talking point. Andy Reid. There it is. 2017. That doesn't look like a very good year that year. That was probably the year. You know what? That was the year. They did go to the playoffs that year, but that was the last year of Alex Smith. I'm pretty sure that was last year of Alex Smith. I think Mahomes took over the following year. So let's see. So last time, 0-3, last 3, 2017. Wow. Okay. Anyway, I don't think they're going to repeat that. So, look, if they do repeat it, then maybe they're not going to go to the playoffs this year. But I don't know. I'll see it when I believe it, especially because the Colts, the Pittsburgh game wasn't very good. They turned the ball over. And then the very next week, that game against a pretty bad Atlanta team or an underperforming Atlanta team, they could have lost that game. That was overtime, right? So, now they won. Give them credit for that. Going to the bye 8-2. Hey, that's great. But now they're stepping up in big competition here, even though it's not as big as it could have been. This could have been a cheap team from the last couple of years. Now, a good part for the Kansas City is they're 3-0 straight up and against the spread as a home favorite this year. And that's by an 89-24 margin. So this roll has been the best thing and the only really good thing that's worked out for them this year. And after losing back-to-back, I think they're the good play. Now, I did not take them last week, and we talked about that. Matter of fact, even Jim stayed away from them last week and said, rightly so, that Denver was the pick because that number got up to 4. And really, it was all about Andy Reid off a bye, and Kansas City needs the game more. And you just can't think that way. Not the bye thing. I mean, the bye thing matters. And in the long run, I mean, the guy's winning percentage off the bye is still, incredibly high. But yeah, you can't say, well, hey, the team needs to win a game to be bowl eligible. So no, it helps to know that a team is going to be playing for something, and that really does help. This is another thing to keep in mind, especially when you're doing stuff like baseball, basketball, hockey, because we know how hard it is during a long season to pinpoint games where a team is going to show up. That is one of the hard tricks to figure out. Now, football, you don't have those lapses as often because almost every game is important. But even in football, there are several games a year where teams just don't show up, and it happens. So it is important. But I think this is the week to do it, because now we're talking a team not just coming off a loss that needs the game. No. It's a team 2 losses, plus they're at home. So now I'm ready to take Kansas City as a good play at -3. But again, this could be like a major game if the Colts can win, because it could be a big movement for one team, the Colts, and what it could do for their franchise, and then another for the Chiefs. Are we looking at a Chief team that's not going to even make the playoffs? So as much as I like the Chiefs, it won't be like a top pick. I'm not going to go that crazy, but yeah, I think this would be the week to take the Chiefs and basically say, okay, if they're going to lose 3 straight, I'll back them. I'll take that chance. Not that I'm like a Chiefs fan or anything like that. Okay. I was thinking about something and I just lost it. I was going to write down a note on something. What was I going to write the note down on? Oh, that's right. Super Bowl loser. Okay. That's another one. Always go against the Super Bowl losers. Pittsburgh and Chicago. Chicago by 3, and I'm taking Pittsburgh. Now, we're hearing that Aaron Rodgers wants to play and blah, blah, blah. That could be nothing. Could be a smokescreen. Maybe he doesn't play. But it is his left hand, and I think it's 50-50 that he plays. I don't think it's just BS, so I'll give him a shot. I am a little bit concerned that Mason Rudolph played last week and played well and was really a big reason they won. Because I'd prefer him having the quarterback bump. Now it's gone. There ain't no quarterback bump now because he already delivered. It's over. So that's why, now he's like already in that second game role that I'm a little bit concerned with. But Chicago, look, here's the thing. This is why I like Pittsburgh. Chicago, even though they're having the best run they've had in a while, and this is what coaching does. I don't know how many times that we have to talk about that. This is why coaching matters. The Bears have won 7 of 8. They've outgained their opponent in 5 out of 6. But take the magnifying glass and you will find that during that 7 of 8 winning streak, they have played one team with a record of 500 or better. One non-losing team. And they lost to that team. The only team and that was Baltimore, by the way, who just got to 500. The only team. Meanwhile, they've got 7 wins, 7-0 during that stretch, all against losing teams. And for the season, 0-2, straight up and against the spread versus winning teams. So now they're expected to be the favorite against Pittsburgh. And I know some people look at Pittsburgh and, they don't always win the yardage battle and they win ugly and all that. But hey, they still win. They do what they have to do. And I'll take Pittsburgh plus the 3. Minnesota with Green Bay. Okay. So this is another, I'm going to have to hear about J.J. McCarthy again. And look, we'll talk about this in about a year or two. And remember when we have these conversations here. And for the most part, I think I've at least done a good enough job of reminding as many people as possible on this channel that, hey, you got to give the kid time. The kid is about to make his 6th start of his career. Okay, so relax. It's not his fault that the team has high expectations. So, and it's not like the team around him is playing great for him either. But keep this in mind, okay? Because I'll probably say this to Thursday and maybe even Friday on the show with Jim and Mark. Keep this in mind. In JJ's last 3 appearances, he beats Detroit. That's right. Beats Detroit in Detroit. Loses to Baltimore in a bad game. Comes back and has a bad game early, but rallies the team late and they take the lead with under a minute to go. But the team can't stop Chicago on the final drive and they lose. Is that his fault? Hey, could they have played better early? Of course. But these are the things when you're looking at a young quarterback's progress. All you really want to see most of the time is glimpses. You want to see that it's there because you know there's going to be bad games and bad moments, but you've got to see the good moments in there to know that you've got something. And a lot of what has been the problem with him more than anything has been his mechanics. And that's repetition. And so the more he plays, the more he'll eventually figure out what he needs to do mechanically to put his body in the right position. And he will do it. And he will get there because that's the type of kid he is. It's the type of kid he's always been. And just knowing that is really the main thing that's holding him back is really what you want to hear, because you know he'll get that. He'll learn that part of it, and when he does, he's going to be a really good player in this league. But yeah, it may not be this year. I mean, come on, it's just that's the NFL. What are we talking about here? Now, what about the game this week? I think they're a live dog. Why wouldn't they be? You know, Green Bay, as we just said, they're very lucky to beat the Giants last week. They're in a better position at home, no doubt about it. But don't forget, they also just lost to Carolina a couple of weeks at home. Minnesota, look, they were a stop on defense away last week from being 5-5. So they still have time, but they are a desperate team right now. No doubt about it. I mean, this is a game that they really, really need to win. They have got to do it. 4-7, that might be enough to just get them out of it. But they're going to be really trying to do what they can. Packer team, meanwhile, remember, they're 3-7 against the spread this year. Not good. So I'm gonna go ahead and take Minnesota. You know, I think look, the last time they were in this position, they came through, won the game outright, and I'll do it again. Remember, they were what were they, about 7-8 point dog to Detroit? They won that game outright. Here, they're 6.5 plus 260 on the money line. Jacksonville, as we get to the 4:00 games, Jacksonville is sitting there as a 2.5 point favorite. And, you know, part of me likes Jacksonville. But there's also a couple of things that bother me about the game. There's a couple of trends that don't really fit. Jacksonville was 2-19 against the spread versus NFC teams, NFC West teams. I don't know what the hell that's about. But they're 1-2 this year, 2-19. On the flip side, Arizona has covered 13 straight as dogs off of an ATS loss when they take on an opponent off a straight-up win. Again, dogs off an ATS loss versus an opponent off of a straight-up win. 2-0 this year in that same role. 13 straight. So, yes, that does scare me. Arizona, though, 0-3 straight up, 1-2 against the spread as a home dog this year. Jacksonville, 1-0 straight up. 0-1 against the spread as a road favorite this year. That's because they had a 1-point win at Las Vegas as a 1-point road favorite. I don't know. This is a tricky one, but because look, Jacksonville, I think they learned their lesson from the Kansas City game earlier this year. They had a big home win, and then they went the opposite direction. And it's taken them basically until the Chargers last week to feel that way again. And I'm going to say that they're going to react to it positively. So I'm going to take Jacksonville in this one. Definitely, if you take Jacksonville, they'll take the money line, because Arizona has had some close losses this year. Boy, this game. This is probably the one game the entire week where I'm like, no thanks. Not interested. Never would even think of putting money on that game. How about this one? The Eagles are only a 3.5 point road favorite against the Cowboys. Cowboys in their first game where they get Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson, good for them. Cowboys, just a game under 500. So this is a huge game for them. Eagles, well, they're going to be cruising to another NFC East title. They are 3-0 straight up, 2-1 against the spread. The last 3 versus the Cowboys. Don't forget they had a week 1 win, only a 4-point win against the Cowboys as an 8-point home favorite. But yeah, I mean, this is they're almost begging me to take the Eagles here as 3 points. So it's an obvious play to the Eagles, but keep in mind, no Lane Johnson. He's out now. Not sure how long he'll be out, but that's a big blow. Cowboys looked awfully good on Monday night. I know it's Las Vegas, but they've got that capability. And again, the Quinnen Williams, Logan Wilson edition, we're going to find out this week just how big that was. So I don't know. Again, I think right off the bat, it's like the Eagles are the obvious play. But I'm going to take some time to check out how the guys feel tomorrow at Dom DeMarco's at 3:00 here on Proline TV, and how the rest of our guys, Mark and Jim and Andy, feel about it as well before I really make a final decision. How about this? The Saints turned into a favorite. Now, they were a 2-point dog when the week began, which made sense. And I know Penix wasn't going to play anyway based on an injury, and now he's definitely out. And I mean, I know Kirk Cousins hasn't looked great, but really, the Saints are a favorite? Well, that's awfully weird. Yeah, I don't know. But Atlanta, they're in a mess. Raheem Morris, his job is in big jeopardy. They've dropped 5 straight, including 5 ITS. Just 1-3-1 ATS in those 5. Saints have beaten Atlanta 3 straight, but they've dropped 6 straight covers off of a bye. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I still think Atlanta is a better team, especially on defense. So, yeah, I'm taking Atlanta in this one. Tampa Bay, wow. Yeah, it's really falling apart a lot faster than I thought it would. But, when you play the schedule they played, it's not a surprise. And this is the last of it, okay? So they're still 6-4. They could still be 6-5 after this. And then the rest of the schedule, 6 more games left. Only one team currently has a winning record, and it's by 1 game. And they play them twice, and that's Carolina. The rest are losing teams. They play Arizona. They play the Saints again. And they play Atlanta again, as well as Miami. And 5 out of the last 6. Wow, that's incredible. I have to double check that. Are at home. Wow, what a way to end the season. Let's see. No, 4 out of the last 6. Yeah, 5 out of 6 would have been crazy. At Carolina. That's right. The Miami game's on the road. Okay. All right. Anyway, Tampa Bay, 9-1 against the spread as a non-division road dog of 3 or more. 1-1 in that role this year. Rams coming off the big win over Seattle. They're on fire right now at 8-2. Yeah. Look, I don't know if Godwin or Irving are going to play, but I will say that you just get the feeling that when one or both of them return, and with this schedule, Tampa Bay is going to be just fine. The thing is, and I think they're being very patient with both of them because they know that they're going to win this division. So they're being very patient. And it's like they just want to make sure when they come back that they don't get banged up again. Because when they come back, they're going to be a dangerous team. And then you've got, that was Sunday night, by the way. This is Monday night. and Carolina, San Francisco, and San Francisco might be a good play this week, but Carolina has won 3 straight road games with upsets over the Packers and the Falcons. So this is a team we were talking about, which team we were talking about in college that just plays better on the road. So is Carolina. They seem to be playing better on the road lately than at home. So, the question is, can they pull off another upset at San Francisco with the Niners getting the big boost from Brock Purdy and handling the Cardinals last week? But they're 2-2 straight up, 1-3 against the spread at home this year. They get Cleveland on the road next week, then a bye. So San Francisco will be fine. But, look, Carolina, they're in a much more dire situation. But as I said before, that doesn't mean anything other than, Carolina really, because next week they're playing the Rams. So I don't know. That just shows you how big that game win was against Atlanta. Just imagine being 5-6 with San Francisco and the Rams on deck. So, if they can split, they might be a playoff team. And I'll be pretty proud of that, considering they were my surprise pick to make the playoffs this year. So if you remember, go back to our NFL preview show, and this was my sleeper surprise to make the playoffs. So I don't know if they'll do it, but they're hanging in there. And again, if they can just split these next 2 games, that might be all they need confidence-wise to finish the job and scare the hell out of Tampa Bay too. Okay. So if I had to, let me see about these games here. Let me pop this off as we wrap up. So let me see. NFL. What would be my best games I would like this week? Let's see. So we'll go definitely still stick with Buffalo. Kansas City. Pittsburgh. Where else? Oh, Detroit, definitely. New England. Seattle. Oh, yeah. Minnesota as a dog. Jacksonville, but not. I couldn't take him as a top pick. Same thing with Atlanta. Same thing with Philly. Tampa Bay is not a bad dog, especially I want to find out their health status this week. And San Francisco, Carolina, I'm not sure about that yet. Too early in the week. So, best bets for the NFL this week, I would be leaning towards Detroit might be the one. Definitely Buffalo too. Seattle, probably. That's a lot of points, but those are probably the top ones. There you go. So, and wrapping it all up, top college plays this week. We're going to go Northwestern, Georgia Tech, BYU. Top upsets will be USC, UCLA, North Carolina State. And NFL will be Buffalo, Detroit, and Seattle. Top upset? I guess I'll go Minnesota. Okay. So we are done for week 12 in the NFL, week 13 in college football. After 4 hours and 23 minutes, I'm your host, Greg DePalma, and I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, most of you are watching this on demand, so you could already see you got markers on the screen for you on-demand viewers, and that makes it easy for you to navigate through every one of these shows so you can zero in on a specific conference, a specific topic, or something else that could help you out with making it a lot easier to navigate through the show. So, Sebastian, what can I do for you before I go? You seem like a new viewer, or at least somebody that we haven't spoken to before. Yeah, I'm after 4 hours and 24 minutes and 2:24 in the morning. I didn't even realize that. I'm heading out really quick, so I'm gonna close my lights. What do you got for me? Oh, just saying what's up. Okay. Oh, Sebastian, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to not only subscribe, but any comments that you can throw out on the video on demand. Those are really cool. I can hopefully get a conversation started. Same thing, of course, with either liking the videos or sharing them on social media. You hit the share button and it goes to Facebook. It goes to your X account. And all that stuff helps us to grow the channel. You could also hit the the $sign on the text for super thanks. And that's where you get the opportunity to donate to the channel as well if you want to go about do that. So anyway, that is going to wrap it up. Best of luck to your fantasy football. What is this? Not sure what you're asking me, Sebastian, but it's a little late. So best of luck. And again, just hit the comment section. Do you have any questions? And I'll be sure to look at it and respond to you accordingly. So have a great weekend, great week. It's not Friday, it's Tuesday. It's now Wednesday, Eastern time. Have a great week. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be producing the show for Jim Feist at Dom DeMarcos at 3 o'clock Eastern. And I think that's it for tomorrow. And then Thursday, we've got the USC interview at 11 Eastern. We'll talk more about the USC-Oregon game. Then we'll have the Playbook ATS show at 1 o'clock. Andy, Jim, myself, and Mark. We're going to talk some F1 and NASCAR this week as well. I think that's on Thursday. We got the Penn State post-game show. I want to thank Dylan for joining me earlier, which seems like a day ago. And then, of course, we'll wrap everything up at 3 o'clock on our Friday show with Mark and Jim. So thanks for tuning in, everybody, and we'll see you next time.